Preface. Starting, owning, and running a successful small business is one of the great joys in life. No, there are no guarantees, and yes, there are obstacles. But if you do it right, if you start the right small business, one suited to your strengths, one that you are passionate about, one that epitomizes your highest dreams and values, and certainly one that allows you to make a nice profit, then there's no telling how far it can take you. This book shows you how to get there. But be forewarned. If what you are looking for is a book that will give you the theoretical underpinnings of small business theory and expository prose about business assumptions, this is the wrong book for you. Put it down. What you will get instead in these pages are tried and true, real-world business tips, skills, examples, and strategies that have been proven to help small businesses grow, that can help your small business grow. Written in a friendly, easy-to-understand manner, chock full of interesting actual examples, the Small Business Bible contains everything you need to know to have a successful, fulfilling, enjoyable entrepreneurial journey. Covering the simple to the complex, the Small Business Bible allows you to easily and quickly get up to speed on any pertinent subject. Would you like to know how to create a memorable brand for your small business? It's in here. Unsure about small business accounting? Read on. Shoestring marketing? Yep, it's here too. It is all here. The Small Business Bible covers everything you need to know or might need to know about starting or running a successful and enjoyable small business. It's not called the Small Business Bible for nothing. As the longtime small business columnist for usatoday.com, I have the opportunity to interact with many small business owners. I hear their war stories and learn their secrets, and that is what I want to impart onto you in this book. The best tips, hints, and ideas that I have come across. By helping you to avoid mistakes, teaching you important, difference-making business strategies, and sharing what works, the Small Business Bible is intended to be your one-stop shop for all things small business. If I have done my job right, it should become an indispensable business partner, a well-used dog-eared friend that shows you the way. Thanks for taking it along with you on your entrepreneurial journey. Part 1. Genesis. Chapter 1. In the Beginning. If one advances in the direction of his dreams, one will meet with a success unexpected in common hours. This is a quote by Henry David Thoreau. It is a huge step. Deciding to go into business for yourself is one of the most important decisions you will make in your life. Ranking right up there with picking a partner and buying a home, becoming an entrepreneur is one of those life-altering events that will have repercussions for years to come. No, there are no guarantees, and yes, there will be obstacles. But you know what? If you do it right, if you start the right small business, one suited to your strengths, one that you are passionate about, one that allows you to make a nice profit, then there is no telling how far it can take you. John Nordstrom, founder of the department store with the eponymous name, said of his roots, "I was not certain what I wanted to do. I started looking around for some small business to get into. Mr. Wallen, the shoemaker, suggested that we join a partnership and open up a shoe store." Assessing your strengths. Not everyone is cut out to be an entrepreneur. While the common perception of entrepreneurship is that it is exciting, and indeed it is, many other words equally describe the life of the self-made small business person. Nerve-wracking, liberating, difficult, challenging, time-consuming, overwhelming, fun, joyous, productive, and uncertain, and that's just for starters. Any small business person could expand at length about any one of those adjectives, for all come into play to some degree or another in almost every small business, and often in the same day. So the question is not whether entrepreneurship is right for you, but rather, are you right for entrepreneurship? Can you handle the stress, the freedom, the lack of structure, the uncertainty, and the opportunity that awaits you if you decide to start your own business? This really can't be emphasized enough. While there is no doubt that being in business for yourself can be great, if you are not temperamentally cut out for it, it will be a tough road. There is no shame in this. Some people are artists and others are lawyers. Some are vagabonds and others are homebodies. Some are entrepreneurs and some are not. So which are you? Taking the following quiz will help you evaluate your qualifications. The important thing, though, as you take the quiz, is to be perfectly honest. There is no point in answering the questions right if they are not true for you. Test your entrepreneurship IQ. Number 1. Are you a self-starter? A. Yes. I like to think up ideas and implement them. 5 points. B. If someone helps me get started, I will definitely follow through. 3 points. And C. Frankly, I would rather follow than lead. 1 point. 2. How do you feel about taking risks? A. I really like the feeling of being on the edge a bit. 5 points. B. Calculated risks are acceptable at times. 3 points. C. I like the tried and true. 1 point. 3. Are you a leader? A. Yes. 5 points. B. Yes when necessary. That's 3 points. And C. No, not really. 1 point. 4. Can you and your family live without a regular paycheck? A. Yes, if that's what it takes. That's 5 points. B. I would rather not, but understand that may be part of the process. 3 points. C. I do not like that idea at all. 1 point. 5. Could you fire someone who really needed the job your business provided? A. Yes, I may not like it, but that is the way it goes sometimes. 5 points. B. I hope so. 3 points. C. I really can't see myself doing that. 1 point. 6. Are you willing to work 60 hours a week or more? A. Again, if that's what it takes, yes. 5 points. B. Maybe in the beginning. 3 points. C. I think many other things are more important than work. 1 point. 7. Are you self-confident? A. You bet. 5 points. B. Most of the time. 3 points. C. Unfortunately, that is not one of my strong points. 1 point. 8. Can you live with uncertainty? A. Yes. 5 points. B. If I have to, but I don't like it. It's 3 points. C. No. I like knowing what to expect. 1 point. 9. Can you stick with it once you have put your mind to something? A. I usually will not let anything get in the way. 5 points. B. Most of the time, if I like what I'm doing. 3 points. C. Not always. 1 point. 10. Are you creative? A. Yes, I do get a lot of good ideas. 5 points. B. I can be. 3 points. C. No, not really. 1 point. 11. Are you competitive? A. To a fault sometimes. 5 points. B. Sure, mostly. 3 points. C. Not really. My nature is more laid back. 1 point. 12. Do you have a lot of willpower and self-discipline? A. Yes. 5 points. B. I am self-disciplined when I need to be. 3 points. C. Not really. 1 point. 13. Are you individualistic, or would you rather go along with the status quo? A. I like to think things through myself and do things my way. 5 points. B. I am sometimes an original. 3 points. C. I think strongly individualistic people are a bit strange. 1 point. 14. Can you live without structure? A. Yes. 5 points. B. Actually, the idea of living without a regular job makes me nervous. 3 points. C. No, I like routine and structure in my life. 1 point. 15. Do you have many business skills? A. Yes, I do, and those I don't have, I'll learn. 5 points. B. I have some. 3 points. C. No, not really. 1 point. 16. Are you flexible and willing to change course when things are not going your way? A. Yes. 5 points. B. I like to think so, but others may disagree. 3 points. C. No, I have a fairly rigid personality. 1 point. 17. Do you have experience in the business you are thinking of starting? A. Yes. 5 points. B. Some. 3 points. C. No. 1 point. 18. Could you competently perform multiple business tasks, accounting, sales, marketing, and so on? A. I sure would like to try. 5 points. B. I hope so. 3 points. C. That sounds intimidating. 1 point. 19. Are you willing to really hustle for clients and customers? A. Sure. 5 points. B. If I have to. 3 points. C. I would rather not. 1 point. 20. How well do you handle pressure? A. Quite well. 5 points. B. It's not my strongest trait, but I can do it. 3 points. C. Not well at all. 1 point. Scoring. 80 to 100. You have both the temperament and the skills to become an entrepreneur. 60 to 79. You are not a natural entrepreneur, but may become one over time. Below 60, you would be wise to think of something else to do besides self-employment. So there you have it. Not only should this quiz help you understand your entrepreneurship IQ, but it should equally give you some insight into traits and characteristics of the prototypical successful self-employed business person. Driven, hard-working, creative, energetic, resourceful, confident, and flexible. So if this describes you, or a close approximation of you, then the next question is, where do you go from here? Risk tolerance. The quiz you just took is intended to both help you gauge your entrepreneurship IQ and show you the traits required to start your own small business. Yes, you will need some business savvy and self-confidence. That is a given. Being creative and hardworking are equally important. But of all the necessary traits, the one that you must have in abundance is a tolerance for risk, because starting your own small business is a risk. Borrowing money, setting up shop, trying out new ideas, these are things that, while fun and exciting, are also inherently risky. There are no guarantees that your idea and plan will fly. Certainly the goal of this audiobook is to make sure it does. But no matter how much you study and learn, there will always be an element of risk in being an entrepreneur. Would you have it any other way? If your answer is no, then you definitely have the right stuff. If it is not, if the idea of taking a big risk scares more than excites you, then you need to consider carefully whether starting your own business is really for you. Throughout this audiobook, I share with you the traits of exceptional small businesses so that you can see what the best of the best do. Here is the first one, and it is good news. Great small businesses work to reduce their risks as much as possible. They work at covering every angle so that the risks they take are prudent, calculated ones. That is what you will need to do too if you start your own small business. Take a prudent, calculated, intelligent risk with a high likelihood of payoff. Just know that even reduced risk will still be present because it is the nature of the game. The next step. Sometimes the idea of starting your own business can be overwhelming. What kind of business should you start? Where will you get the money? How will you find customers? All are legitimate concerns, and all are addressed in detail. At this point, however, understand that as you drive down the street, almost every business you see is a small business run by someone who at some point had never run a business before either. But they learned how, found the money, found some customers, and are still around. If they did it, so can you. To join their ranks, you must be willing to do your homework. Education. The next step, therefore, is to educate yourself. Most people go into business because they love something and want to do it every day. The baker wants her own bakery, the chiropractor wants to start his own practice, and so on. The problem the baker and the chiropractor usually have is that while they may know a lot about baking and backs, if they are like most entrepreneurs, they know little about the business and boardrooms. They may know their specialty, but they do not know everything else it takes to start and run a successful business. And problematically, it is the everything else that will take up a lot of their time. Marketing and advertising, sales and income taxes, hiring and firing, and so on have nothing whatsoever to do with backs and bread. There are several great sites that can teach you a lot about small businesses. www.usatoday.com/money/smallbusiness/front.htm, www.nase.org, www.nfib.com, www.sba.gov, www.microsoft.com/smallbusiness, www.mrallbiz.com. So the next step is to begin to learn about business in general. Certainly this audiobook should be enormously helpful, and down the road you will see that nothing beats the trial and error of actually running your own venture. But before you can get to that point, you need to get a general idea of how businesses operate. Even if you have passed the preceding entrepreneur IQ quiz with flying colors, it is probably safe to assume that while you have an entrepreneurial bent, you likely do not know everything you will need to become successful. That is true for most self-employed people. So the suggestion here is that you begin to brush up on both the subjects that seem interesting to you and the ones that scare you. If finances are not your strong suit, then dig in. As a small business owner, you will inevitably wear many hats. It is not uncommon, especially at the beginning, for the founder to be the president, accountant, marketing wizard, and salesperson, all rolled into one, so it helps to get a broad understanding of what it takes to run a business. It would also be smart to start to read some business magazines every month. Periodicals like Home Business Magazine, Entrepreneur, and Inc. are chock full of easy-to-understand articles intended to make you a success. Experience. Finally, no education would be complete without some practical hands-on experience. This can take two forms. First, if you want to open an antique store, for example, you would be wise to work at one. If you already have that sort of hands-on experience in your chosen industry, then skip the rest of this paragraph. But if you have never actually worked in a business like the one you want to start, you are strongly advised to do just that. Your entrepreneurial dream can wait 6 months while you gain the sort of experience that can make or break your new business. Working in a business like the one you want to create will teach you things that no books can impart. It is a critical step. Second, you need to find some business owners in your desired field with whom to talk. If you stay in your own town, finding entrepreneurs to talk to in your potential industry may be difficult. They will likely view you as a potential competitor, rightly so, and thus be reluctant to share their insights with you. Therefore, it would be much smarter to go to a nearby town. Find a few businesses similar to the one you want to start. Take the owners out for lunch and pick their brains. People love to talk about themselves. Find out everything you can about their business. What do they like most about it? What do they like least? How much did it cost to start? How much can you expect to make? Where do they advertise? If they were starting over, what would they do differently? No one knows this business, whatever it is, like the owners do. You would be hard-pressed to find better, more pertinent information than that from those small business owners who are already doing what you dream of doing. This informal MBA can reap tremendous benefits. By the time you are ready to start your own business, you will have a thorough understanding of the risks and rewards of what you are getting into. Doing this initial research will take time for sure, but if you follow this plan, you can be assured that when you finally do open your doors, you will have reduced your risk to the extent possible, and thus your chances of success will be much greater. Chapter 2. Choosing the Right Business. The road to happiness lies in two simple principles. Find what it is that interests you and that you can do well, and when you find it, put your whole soul into it, every bit of energy and ambition and natural ability you have. This is a quote by John D. Rockefeller III. When it comes to choosing a small business, there basically are two types of entrepreneurs. The first is the person who is in love with the idea of starting a very specific business. It may be a gardener who envisions a nursery or a chef who has long dreamed of owning a restaurant. The other potential small business person is someone who is also in love, not with a specific idea per se, but with the idea generally of being his or her own boss. As there are both risks and rewards associated with each path, both warrant further discussion. If you do what you love, will the money really follow? There is a saying that goes, "Do what you love, the money will follow." While noble and possibly true, there is more to small business success than simply doing what you love. Now, do not get me wrong. Doing what you love is indeed the first prerequisite when you are choosing the right business, but it is just that, a first step. Live with passion. What do you love? As in the rest of life, we tend to succeed when we are engaged in something that we really enjoy. Your business should be no different. Richard Branson started Virgin Music not because he thought music would be hot, but because he loved it. Bill Gates started Microsoft because he loved computers. Both companies began as small businesses. What about you? By now, you know what excites you, what you love most. You know what you like to do, what your passions are, what is fun, and how you like to spend your time. Barbara Winter, in her great book, Making a Living Without a Job, published by Bantam in 1993, says that passion leads to purpose, that once you get in touch with those things you are most passionate about, you can begin to create a business of purpose around them. So that is your first assignment, deciding exactly which of your passions you love enough to start a business around. Remember, your business will become your baby, and like any other baby, it will require a lot of love, time, money, and attention if it is to grow strong and healthy. Of those, right now, you should be most concerned with time. Your new business will take a lot of it. Second, once you know what area you love enough to spend all the day, every day doing, you then need to figure out what business you could start that relates to that. Say, for example, that you have a lot of plants and gardening and have decided that you want to spend every day doing something related to those things. What are your choices? You could, for instance, start a nursery, open a flower shop, start a lawn care business, grow organic vegetables, buy a farm, start a winery. Stuck for a business that relates to your passion? Open the yellow pages and look under your category. You might be surprised to see how many different sort of businesses other people have created around the same thing. This is the time for one of those anything goes brainstorming sessions. Go for it. Write down any kooky idea you have. No limits. There are a few times in life when the stars align themselves just so, and one has a chance, not only for a fresh start, but a fresh start completely of one's own choosing. Usually either money is tight, or the opportunity passes, or something else conspires to interfere with a brand new beginning. But if you are at a place where you are reading this and are ready to start your own business, and you have the wherewithal to do so, and you can choose any business you want, then savor this moment, for it is rare indeed. But while it is good and wise to let your mind roam, it is equally shrewd afterward to come back to earth. What if, instead of gardening, your answer is that what you love most is 19th century Flemish architecture, and that you have decided to become a Flemish architecture consultant? However interesting that may be to you, and while it certainly would scratch your Flemish architectural itch, if there are not people willing to pay you for your expertise, people willing to buy the product or service you want to sell, you do not have a business. You have a bust. So be realistic. There must be a market willing to buy what you plan to offer. Assuming then that you have decided to pick a business that is a passionate practicality, the last question to be answered is whether you will be able to make sufficient profit in it. There is no sense in starting a business, however much you might love the idea, if you will not be able to make a good living. One reason we go into business for ourselves is the chance to make more money. Whatever business you want to start then, whatever products or service you decide to sell, you have to be able to sell it at a price high enough to make a profit, but low enough that people will buy it. This is not always an easy balance. Why do so many stores and expensive malls go out of business? Because even with a great concept, making a profit is mathematically impossible if their overhead is too high. So, before jumping into a business, you have to crunch some numbers, do your research. How much does a small business of the type you want to start make? How quickly does it make it? See Chapter 4, Understanding Your Market, for more information on how to do this. Too many entrepreneurs fall in love with their idea and become convinced that it is the greatest thing since sliced bread. You do not make this mistake. You must strive to be as objective as possible. Do other people like your idea as much as you do? Ask around. Get feedback. Crunch your numbers. Be a business person. While hunches and intuition are great, you need some objective criteria before making the leap into the land of entrepreneurship. A word of caution. The bad news about starting a new business is that good ideas are not really that hard to come by, but oftentimes not that easy to implement. Every business you see when you drive down the street was once someone's beloved inspiration. But what did it take to turn that great idea into a successful business? How much time, effort, and money were involved? You can bet that the entrepreneur who started that busy business on the corner probably had no idea how difficult it would be to turn his vision into a reality. So finding a good idea is just the beginning. In fact, it's the easy part. The trick is being able to successfully implement that idea. That is much more difficult. As Thomas Edison said, genius is 1% inspiration and 99% perspiration. That is as true in business as it is in science. So, not only must you come up with a good idea, but it must be a good idea that you can move on. That is what you are looking for. Look around. Are there any similar businesses to the one you want to create? If not, that might tell you something. Maybe your idea is so cutting edge that no one else has thought of it. That could be good, and then again, it might be bad. Innovative businesses have the chance to become the market leader. Amazon.com was first. Yahoo was first. Post-its and Pampers were first. Being first gives you something called the first mover's advantage. Simply put, that means that by being first, you have the chance to shape the marketplace. The potential profit in such a business is enormous. The problem, as you may have surmised, is that usually takes a lot of money to successfully create a business. If you do not have the drive to do so, or the risk tolerance, or the capital, then you would best be advised to follow and not lead. Later on, once you have more experience and money, you can innovate all you want, but the beginning of your small business journey may not be the best place to boldly go where no entrepreneur has gone before. Now is probably the time to learn, not lead. So consider picking an idea that others have also successfully implemented. Consider the previous example. Books have been written on how to start a florist shop or a nursery. Books have not been written on how to tap the Flemish architectural market. Another advantage of being a follower instead of a leader is that you should be able to find plenty of information that can be of great help to you. In our gardening example, besides books, you could go to the service corps of retired executives and find some retired florists to give you some help, join a nursery association, and read trade magazines. None of these resources would be available to you if you chose to invest your efforts in an obscure, albeit possibly fascinating business, or in cutting-edge business where you will need to teach consumers about your goods or services. The important thing, therefore, is that you choose a business that you are not only passionate about, but one that can be successfully implemented. In love with entrepreneurship? Now, we come to the second sort of entrepreneur, the individual who is more concerned with being his own boss than with starting a particular business. Jeff Bezos did not start Amazon.com because he was in love with books. He started it because he discovered that internet usage in the early 1900s was growing at a whopping 2,300% a year. Armed with that valuable insight, he analyzed the marketplace and the opportunity and concluded the best way to tap the commercial power of the net would be through book sales, because it was not about the books, but rather the opportunity. Bezos is the prototypical second category entrepreneur. There is no shortage of people who start their own businesses because, simply put, they want to be their own boss. That is as great a reason as any. The chance to make your own decisions, rise or fall by your own ingenuity and hard work, the opportunity to make more money, and the freedom that comes with being a small business person are some of the great joys in life. It is no wonder that many people long to start their own businesses. When done right, it is special. In 1986, Roy and Bertrand Sosa emigrated to the United States from Mexico. When they got here, they quickly discovered that they needed a checking account and credit card, yet credit cards were difficult for new immigrants to obtain. Their first-hand market analysis convinced them that there was a huge market waiting to be tapped, and so the brothers started NetSpend, a small business designed to offer traditional financial services to recent immigrants and people with poor credit histories. Using prepaid phone cards as their model, Roy and Bertrand copied and tweaked that model to create a business plan for prepaid debit cards. Then they had their big break. The brothers Sosa discovered the Small Business Administration Small Business Investment Companies program. SBIC's guarantee the investment made by investors, called venture capitalists or VCs, because the investment is SBA guaranteed. SBIC VCs are induced to invest in projects that they might otherwise say no to, like NetSpend. Armed with SBIC VC money, in 5 years, NetSpend went from 0 to 400,000 accounts, and growing. When asked what advice they had for other would-be entrepreneurs, the brothers offered 3 rules. 1. Figure what pain or need the customer has that you can solve. 2. Create strong win-win partnerships and relationships. 3. Start with baby steps, but think big. The question is, what would be the best sort of business to start? If you want to create a great business, a successful business, then here is a critical tip. Find a business that fulfills a market need. That sentence should become your mantra. The best businesses find a need, a niche, and fill it. Do that, and almost everything else will fall into place. If you are looking for a business to start, the number one thing to discover is whether that business can sell something people need. Figure what pain or need the customer has that you can solve. There are several ways to come to the correct decision and find that great business. 1. Research, 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 and then do some more research. Your first step is to analyze both the marketplace and the opportunities available. Look around. Find some businesses doing something that looks good to you and learn about those businesses. How hard are they to create? How much money do they make? How much money would you need to start a similar business? The options are many, and there is no shortage of associations and websites ready to help you find the right business to start. Among them, places you should look are www.sba.gov/starting_business/ www.startupjournal.com/ www.uschamber.com/sb/business/startup.asp www.franchisehandbook.com. Look for a business that catches your eye, that seems to have a great potential for growth, and that is interesting. 2. Product or service. When it comes down to it, your business will provide people either with a product or a service. Service businesses tend to be less expensive to start as there is no inventory to buy, whereas product businesses mark up prices on scores of products and profits on the difference. Service businesses, like those of lawyers, doctors, and consultants, sell time and expertise. An initial decision, then, is which of these best suits your temperament, skills, and goals. Business selection do's and don'ts. Do be patient. A good selection process takes time and requires knowledge about the industry, marketplace, and competition. Do look for opportunity. As hockey great Wayne Gretzky once said, "Go to where the puck is going, not where it is." Don't pick a business that is too challenging. You will be challenged enough. Don't pick a business that cannot compete. Superstores like Costco, Sam's Club, Target, and Walmart will beat you on price. Find a business, a niche where you will have an advantage over the competition. 3. Analyze your skills and experience. Suppose you have spent your career doing marketing for major corporations. You then have the invaluable skills that should be tapped when deciding what business is right for you. Even if it is not a marketing business, you would be foolhardy not to choose a business that does not somehow tap into your well of knowledge and skill. Now, it may be that you are tired of doing whatever it is you have been doing, and that, in fact, is why you want to start your own business. Understandable, for sure. Just be open to the option of finding a business that gives you a leg upon the competition because of your background. 4. Consider your options. You could create a business from scratch. You could buy an existing business. You could start a franchise. You could create a home-based business. The possibilities are many. The important thing is to, 1, realize that there are in fact a variety of options when you are choosing a business, and to 2, learn about the pros and cons of each. Listen to those chapters, research the industry, and speak with people in those sorts of businesses. 5. Narrow your choices. Once you have analyzed the market, the opportunities available, your skills and experience, and your goals, you should be able to narrow your choice down to a few sorts of businesses. The next step may be the most important. You must, and repeat, must, go out and find some people who own and run these sort of businesses. Again, theory and books are great, but nothing beats speaking with someone who lives that business every day. 6. Start your engines. Whether you want to start a business because you want to start a business or because you want to spend your time surrounded by your passion, the important thing is to do your homework and find a niche that fills a market need. Do that, and you're well on your way. Chapter 3. Buying an existing business. Some regard private enterprise as if it were a predatory tiger to be shot. Others look upon it as a cow that they can milk. Only a handful see it for what it really is, the strong horse that pulls the whole cart. This is a quote by Winston Churchill. Starting a business from scratch is a daunting task. You must do everything right, from picking the right business and name to finding the right location and lease to starting a business license and insurance, and that is just for starters. It is no wonder, then, that not a few budding business owners opt to buy an ongoing business. Doing so has several advantages. First, you will not be starting from scratch. The business already exists. Secondly, you will not have to create goodwill, a favorable reputation in the community. That important aspect has already been handled by the current owner. Third, it is quicker. Everything should be ready in place for you to hit the ground running. The main benefit, though, is buying an existing business reduces your risk. A business risk, a calculated business risk, is one of the things that makes being in business so fun and exciting. But notice that I said a calculated business risk. Remember, the great entrepreneurs are not gamblers. Indeed, they seek to reduce the risk as much as possible. When you buy an established business, it has a track record. You can look at the books, see how much money the place has made in the past few years, and have a pretty good idea how much it will make next year. You simply do not have that sort of information and comfort when you create a business from scratch. First steps. Ideally, you will look for a business in an industry in which either you have some expertise or your skills are transferable. You also need to consider whether you want a business that is retail or wholesale, product or service, large or small, and so forth. As discussed in the previous chapter, the important thing is to find a business that combines your interests with the ability to make a good living. Can you see yourself in this business every day and having a good time mostly? This is a key consideration. Where to find businesses for sale? There are 4 main sources for finding businesses that are being sold. 1. The classifieds. The classified ad section of your local paper will have a section called Business Opportunities. That section lists various small businesses for sale, their prices, locations, and so forth. This is a fine place to start. 2. Magazines. Trade magazines usually have a section in the back for business owners selling their businesses. As almost every industry has a trade magazine associated with it, it would behoove you to pick up one and scour the ads. If, for example, you wanted to buy a pizza restaurant, Pizza Today magazine would be a good place to look. 3. Online. If you type businesses for sale into your favorite search engine, you'll get a list of sites that broker business sales. A few sites to check out. businessesforsale.com, bizquest.com, bizbuysell.com, mergernetwork.com, businessbroker.net. 4. Business brokers. While not cheap, business brokers can be an excellent resource when you are searching for a business to buy. A good broker will have access to businesses that you did not know were for sale. It can also be an important sounding board, giving you feedback and background on the pros and cons of the different businesses you are considering. It is not surprising why sellers use brokers. A good business broker brings in more qualified prospects, weeds out the phonies, and usually garners a better price for the business. If you are considering hiring a business broker, be sure to find out the following. The broker's experience. The average age of a business broker is 55, and it is not hard to understand why. Good brokers need to understand finances and financing, business valuations, sales, and so forth. You need someone with experience. Whether the broker is certified. Look for a broker accredited by the International Business Brokers Association, the IBBA, with an accreditation called a Certified Business Intermediary, CBI. The services provided. Will the broker value the business for you? Does she only negotiate the deal? A good broker should be a financial advisor for your end of the bargain. Need a business broker? Look into the yellow pages under Business Brokers or type the name and your city into your search engine. How much can you expect to make? You know that you can take your money and make about 10% a year by investing it in a mutual fund. If you can earn 10% in a passive investment like a mutual fund, then what should you expect to earn from an active investment like an established business? While it is difficult to put a percentage figure on it, it is not unreasonable to assume that you should expect to make enough to cover the business operating expenses, your salary, your loan payments on any credit you need for the purchase, and an annual return on your capital. After that, for any businesses you are serious about, you need to discover why the business is being sold. It may be that the owner is ready to retire and wants to cash out. That's a good reason. It may be that the place is a dog and the owner wants to sell his problems. That is not. While you can expect the owner to paint the rosiest picture possible, he cannot legally lie, as that is fraudulent and a reason to void a contract. So do your homework. Get some referrals from the owner and call them. Get some trade references and call them. Speak with neighboring businesses in the area. Find out all you can about the business. You can get an idea about the business's credit history from Dun & Bradstreet at http://smallbusiness.dnb.com. The competition. Who are the competitors? Where are they located? How does the current owner deal with them? What would be your competitive advantages if you bought the place? Whether there are non-transferable intangibles. Some businesses succeed because of the owner. She has fantastic contacts, special skills, and in somewhere, that sort of thing. You must be sure that the business can be run just as successfully when you become the boss. Whether there are any pending changes. Is the neighborhood stable? Does the government or a potential competitor have any plans for the area? What needs to be changed? Are the facilities in good condition? Is the decor dated? How are the plumbing and electricity? You certainly do not want to buy the place and then be stuck with major expenses. For this reason, as with a home purchase, any offer you make should be contingent on a successful inspection of the premises. Profitability. The reason you are looking at an established business is because you want to be able to project your profit and return with some accuracy. The only way to do that is to dig into the books with your accountant. Ideally, you want to see an audited set of books going back at least 2 years. Do you want to buy a business but lack the funds to do so? Then be sure to listen to Chapter 34, The Shoestring Entrepreneur. Of course, the $64,000 question is the price. How do you know what is a fair price for the business? Business Valuation 101. When it comes to buying a business, there are basically 3 questions to consider. 1. What does the business own? A business that invested a lot of money over the years in assets is obviously more valuable than a business that is not. Assets can take many forms: truck, equipment, contracts, intellectual property, rights, goodwill, and plenty more. Sellers tend to overvalue goodwill, and buyers tend to undervalue it. The important thing is to realistically analyze the value of the name of the business in the community. 2. How much does the business earn? Again, and the same principle applies. A business must make a profit of $100,000 a year is obviously much more valuable than one that nets $35,000. 3. Are there any intangibles to consider? What makes the business unique and profitable? Does it have a great location, a favorable lease, great employees? These are the last things to consider. The answer to these 3 questions are then taken into account and used to determine the value of a business. There are 3 ways to go about calculating that. The first is called price building. The second method is called return on investment. The third is the multiplier. Price building is a valuation method that simply looks at the hard facts, assets, goodwill, leases, real estate, and so on. Essentially, what you do here is list every asset and give it a dollar value. For example, it might look like this. Bills, machinery, rentals. Real estate, $125,000. Equipment, $40,000. Inventory, $25,000. Goodwill, $10,000. Total, $200,000. $200,000 may or may not be the right price for this business. While it is hard to say, the price builder method indicates that it is, assuming the numbers listed above, of course. Want some help valuing a business? Try visiting www.bizcomps.com or www.bvmarketdata.com. Return on investment, ROI, looks at the business profit per year to help the buyer see the percentage return on his investment. For example, say that Bill's Machinery Rentals is asking $200,000 for the business. Is that fair? Using the ROI method, we would see that net profit is $100,000. Business sale price is $200,000. Return on investment is 50%. Using this method and these numbers, the buyer would be getting a 50% return on his investment in a year. There are few investments out there that allow a 50% ROI. Thus, a higher amount for the business is probably in order. The last method is the multiplier. Here you would again look at the earnings, but you would again multiply them by some factor. It varies depending upon the industry to get a final price. A factor of 3 would result in a $300,000 asking price. Of course, the battle is what the factor should be. Yes, all of this is complicated, and that is why hiring a business broker makes a lot of sense. Though you will pay a decent commission, it may be worth it to ensure that you will get a good business at a fair price. Getting ready to close. Aside from poring over the books, your due diligence will take you on a tour of the actual premises. Peek into the nooks and crannies. By this time you should be aware of both the positives and the negatives of the business, and you should remember, get your questions about the problems answered. Remember that no business will be perfect. Your job is to decide whether the benefits outweigh the burdens and if obstacles can be overcome. Once you've found a business that you really like, your vetting process must include a final analysis with your lawyer and accountant. Even if you have hired a broker, leases and financial statements are best left to experts. Speak with customers and suppliers where possible. Once your team has concluded that the business is viable, it is time to negotiate a final price and get set for closing. As you negotiated the final deal, consider adding these provisions into the contract. Link the sales price to customer retention. Much of what you are buying is likely the existing customer base. Yet especially with a service business, the clients may be more committed to the seller than to the business. Therefore, See whether you can link the purchase price to the number of customers who will stay. Have the old owner stay for a while. This can help with the transition as well as assist customer retention. You will pay him or her a consulting fee, but it is usually worth it. Chapter 4. Understanding your market. We don't want to push our ideas onto customers. We simply want to make what they want. This is a quote by Laura Ashley. This may be the most important chapter in the whole book. Why? Because everything else, from selecting the right business and marketing it to growing and eventually selling it, hinge on having an accurate understanding of your market. Get this foundation piece wrong, and a lot more will go wrong. But get it right, and the world can be your oyster. The need for market research. You may be anxious to get started, but you cannot start just yet. You need to sit back, do your research, and think. Maybe your idea is a winner, but maybe not. So analyze your idea, the market, and make sure you are not the only one who thinks that you have a great business idea. A hunch simply will not do. You need hard facts. Sure, there are businesses that start without going through this step, and yes, some may succeed, but if they do, this is more to do with luck than skill. And one purpose of this audiobook is to take luck out of the small business success equation as much as possible. The great entrepreneurs endeavor to reduce their risk as much as possible. Is quitting your job and starting a business fun and exciting? You bet! But you simply cannot do that without having a fairly accurate idea about what your small business will be, who its customers will be, why they will buy from you and not someone else, and how much money you can reasonably expect to make. Learn that, and quitting your job becomes much less risky. The bottom line, then, is that market research is critical. Before you quit your job, before you put your hard-earned money and precious time into an untried business concept, before you risk your and your family's future, it is incumbent that you put in the work to make sure that your idea is feasible, and if not, to learn what you need to change. Is your idea feasible? The problem for many an entrepreneur is that they can so fall in love with their idea, they become so convinced that it can't miss, that they skip the feasibility analysis stage. Rather than thinking, they start executing. More often than not, such endeavors end with a pile of bills and a hill of broken hearts. The 3 C's. To avoid that unenviable fate, conduct a thorough analysis of the 3 C's of your new business: your company, your customers, and your competitors. What will your company do? What products or services will it be providing? How big or small will it be? Retail or wholesale? Where will it be located? How can you best position yourself? Who will your customers be? Will you be selling to other businesses or individuals? Are your customers going to be young or old, poor or affluent, men or women, blue collar or white collar? How big is the market? What do they need? Why would they buy it from you? Will they pay for what they need? How can you get them to change vendors? How can you reach them? What do they read and watch? The more you crystallize your thinking, the more specific you are about whom you're trying to reach, and the more you know about that market, the greater the chance that you will be able to find and entice customers to your business. Who will be your competitors? What are they doing right and wrong? What are their strengths and weaknesses? How can you capitalize on their weaknesses? Why would their customers leave and come to you? Can you undersell them? Do you want to? Princeton Creative Research has developed a great checklist for evaluating business ideas. Answer the following questions to evaluate your potential business or product. Have you considered all the advantages or benefits of the idea? Is there a real need for it? Have you pinpointed the exact problems or difficulties your idea is expected to solve? Is your idea an original new concept, or is it a new combination or adaptation? What immediate or short-range gains or results can be anticipated? Are the projected returns adequate? Are the risk factors acceptable? What long-range benefits can be anticipated? Have you checked the idea for faults or limitations? Are there any problems this idea may create? What are the changes involved? How simple or complex would the idea's execution and implementation be? Can you work out several variations of the idea? Could you offer alternative ideas? Does your idea have a natural sales appeal? Is the market ready for it? Can consumers afford it? Will they buy it? Is there a timing factor? What, if anything, is your competition doing in this area? Can your company be competitive? Have you considered the possibility of user resistance or difficulties? Does your idea fill a real need, or does it have to be created through promotional and advertising efforts? How soon could the idea be put into operation? This study was done by the Princeton Creative Research at Princeton, New Jersey. There are two possible outcomes of this research. Either you will discover that there is a need for your business, or there is not. All is not lost if it is bad news. It may be that your idea simply needs to be tweaked. This is what happened to Dave. A computer programmer, Dave decided that he would rather be a small business owner. He looked around, thought about his likes and dislikes, and decided that he wanted to buy a cafe. He found one he liked and began to research the area, the competition, the clientele, everything. His research led him to the conclusion that this particular cafe might be a loser because the lease was not long enough and the drive-by traffic not abundant enough. Undeterred, he started over, found a better cafe with features he liked, bought it, and ended up in a business he not only enjoyed, but that provided him with a good living. Take two. So, before you abandon your idea altogether, see whether you can make it work. Those moments of clarity when great ideas materialize are not to be dismissed lightly. Insights are valuable, and often you need only track down the right research to figure out how the puzzle pieces may fit together. Therefore, divorce yourself as much as possible from your love of this idea and view it as objectively as possible. Put on your skeptical hat and put away those rose-colored glasses. You need a 20/20 vision now. Where to find what you need to know? Many resources are available to help you track demographic data, learn about your intended industry, uncover vital info about your potential competition, see whether there is a market for your proposed business, and generally plot your course. Here are the best bets. Trade associations. Every industry has a trade association connected to it, and these groups have a wealth of information. Find one associated with your idea and contact them. Explain what you are doing and ask about survey data and research reports available. Get copies of their publications. Ask whether they have a startup resource kit available. Many do. Trade shows. Consider attending the leading association trade show, which will put you in touch with hundreds of like-minded individuals, people who are already successfully doing what you want to do. Meeting them and picking their brains can save you a lot of time. Tell exactly who your customers will be. Provide experienced feedback about your plans. Let you know how much it should cost to start your business. Give you a fairly accurate idea about how much you can expect to make. Warn you of potential pitfalls and save you from overly optimistic plans. Trade magazines. Each industry usually has one or more trade magazines that may or may not be part of the leading trade association. Find the magazine for your industry and get several back copies. You should be able to notice industry trends, mistakes to avoid, potential costs, and much more. Websites. Aside from the websites mentioned previously, here are a few more that specifically may be helpful for this stage of your entrepreneurial journey. www.entrepreneur.com/formnet. This site offers free forms that help you analyze your plans. www.census.gov. The U.S. Census Bureau site has a lot of free demographic data. www.uschamber.com. Both the National Chamber of Commerce and your own local Chamber of Commerce have plenty of resources for this new startup. www.tsnn.com. This is a searchable database for trade shows worldwide. www.sba.gov/SBDC. The SBA Small Business Developmental Center offer low-cost help to entrepreneurs. As mentioned previously, www.score.org also is a valuable research resource. www.inside.com, the home of American Demographics, a monthly magazine that offers information on consumer trends and analysis. This is a pay service. www.hoovers.com. Hoovers offers business and industry data as well as sales, marketing, business development, and other information on public and private companies. This is also a free-for content site. www.marketresearch.com. This site offers more than 50,000 market research articles from more than 350 publishers, categorized by industry. Interviews and experiential research. While reading is great, nothing beats actually talking with people associated with your potential business. There are two groups of people you need to meet and interview. 1. Potential customers. Although finding possible customers for your potential business is not the easiest task in the world, it must be done. You need to find and meet people who would be willing to pay for the product or service you want to provide. Find out what they like and dislike about their present vendor, why they might change, what would cause them to change, lower prices, a better location, more personal service, or what? Looking to find and interview potential customers? Consider going to the place of some competition and parking yourself unobtrusively outside. Have a short questionnaire ready and ask people for 5 minutes of their time. 2. The competition. No one knows your potential business better than people who are already running a similar business. Become their customer and shop at their store or use their service. Analyze their strengths, weaknesses, profit potential, and so on. Hire some inexpensive experts. Find a good MBA program in your area and find out whether it participates in the Small Business Institute program run by 250 MBA programs nationwide that assigns grad students to intern-type projects like the market research. For a nominal fee, or free, you may get a great team to do some quality research for you. For more information, contact the Small Business Advancement National Center at 501-450-5300. Libraries. Of course, librarians are the keepers of the research key and can show you where to find plenty of free information. That is a given. But here is something extra. The Internet Plus Directory of Express Library Services, Research and Document Delivery for Hire by editors Steve Kaufman, Cindy Kehoe, and Pat Wiedensoller, lists 500 libraries nationwide that provide low-cost research services that you can tap into. Create an online focus group. How do Fortune 500 companies and presidential candidates know what commercials to use, products to pitch, or ideas to share? They use focus groups, a group of people who are shown a product or given an idea and asked to comment upon it. Find a listserv discussion group for your industry. Subscribe to the list, learn about the group, and then ask your questions. Look for a listserv list at http://tile.net/lists/dot. Telemarketing and phone research. Telephone research is a fairly inexpensive method costing about 1/3 less than the personal interviews. Here you would hire a telemarketing firm to conduct a survey of a random sample of respondents. The costs associated with this method include the fee of the telemarketer, phone charges, preparation for the questionnaire, and the analysis of the results. Here are some tips when using this technique. Tell the interviewee up front how important his or her response is and that it will be a short interview between 5 and 10 minutes. Avoid pauses as respondent interest drops. Keep the questions short and interesting. Make the answer options consistent. If you get more than 250 interviews, you are nearing a good sample. Direct mail. Direct mail questionnaires are also inexpensive when you are using bulk mail prices, but the response rates are usually less than 5%. The main costs of this method relate to printing the cover letter and questionnaire, envelopes, and postage. To increase your response rate, try these ideas. Include a nice letter that explains what you are looking for and why. Keep your questions short. Limit the length of the questionnaire to 2 pages. Address the letter to a person, not occupant. Address the letters by hand. Tiring, yes, but also effective. Include a self-addressed stamped envelope. Putting it all together. After conducting all of this research, sit down, sift through it, and analyze the data. You need to get a clear idea about the strengths and weaknesses of your plan. Either you will conclude that there indeed is a market for your proposed business, or there is not. If not, then go back to the drawing board. Either way, when you start your business, you will have a much better idea about what it will take to succeed, whom you are going to be selling to, and what they want. Chapter 5. Calculating your startup costs. Nothing splendid has ever been achieved except by those who dared believe that something inside them was superior to circumstance. This was a quote by Bruce Barton. Now we get down to the nitty-gritty. Having come up with an idea that works for you, financially, creatively, emotionally, intellectually, the next step is to figure out what it will actually cost to start that business, and what sort of sales you will need to achieve to sustain it. Assumptions. Figuring out your startup costs and potential sales is a matter of making educated assumptions. In the preceding chapter, it was suggested that you do a lot of research, much of which should come in handy here. What will it cost to start a business like the one you want? The numbers you input here will help you figure out how much money you need and can make, and will equally apply to the business plan you need to write, as explained in the next chapter. Starting a business from scratch, you will incur many expenses, some of which will not be encountered again, incorporating, security deposits, that sort of thing. Others are ongoing, creating marketing materials, rent, and so on. Calculating these costs is a 4-step process. The first 3 steps help you understand how much money you will need for initial startup costs, purchasing assets, and for monthly expenses. Step 4 helps you understand your potential sales and how much money you will need to break even and to earn a profit. As you calculate these expenses, a word of caution is in order. Be conservative, both with your analysis and when it actually comes time to purchase these things. Cash is the lifeblood of any business, but especially a new business. And with a new business, there won't be the sales or experience to create a steady cash flow to replace what you will be spending. Don't blow it. Don't spend too much. Buy used. Buy off eBay. Hoard your precious, precious capital. Step 1. Calculating startup expenses. Put a realistic dollar figure next to each category. 1. Creating your legal structure, sole proprietorship, partnership, LLC, or corporation, in dollars. 2. Accountant, dollars. 3. Building out the space, decorating, and remodeling in dollars. Licenses and permits from the city or county. Stationery and logos. Marketing and sales materials. First month's rent and security deposit. Insurance. Telephone and utility deposits. Signs. Internet and website. And other expenses, and calculate the total. Step 2. Purchasing assets. What sort of assets will you need to open the doors? 1. Real estate. 2. Furniture and fixtures. 3. Equipment and machinery. 4. Trucks and autos. 5. Inventory. 6. Supplies. 7. Other. And what does that total in dollars? Step 3. Ongoing monthly expenses. Keep adding, and yes, those numbers can be daunting. But the fact is, starting a business is usually a fairly expensive proposition. That is why being smart and frugal is so important. In this section, calculate what it is going to cost you to run your business in a typical month. 1. Rent. 2. Utilities. 3. The payroll. 4. The owner's draw. 5. Supplies. 6. Insurance. 7. Transportation. 8. Shipping. 9. Legal and accounting. 10. Advertising and marketing. 11. Inventory. 12. Production and distribution. 13. Taxes. 14. Debt repayment. 15. Working capital. 16. Other. And that total is... Now, multiply this last total by 6. This will tell you how much money you will need to run the business for 6 months. Then add it to the totals in steps 1 and 2, and this will tell you how much money you need to open the doors and stay in business for 6 months. Ideally, having 6 months working capital in the bank before you start is a minimum. Here's an example. Perry's Pizza Parlor. Step 1. Total startup expenses, $22,000. Step 2. The assets to be purchased were $15,000. And step 3. The ongoing monthly expenses, $10,000. Multiply the monthly expense figure by 6, and even that is optimistic as it will be more than 6 months before revenues will be consistent. Add up to $60,000. Adding $22,000 and $15,000 to that, we see that Perry's Pizza should ideally have $97,000 to get up and running. Note that I said ideally. Not all businesses will have 6 months' worth of working capital in the bank before they open the doors. Oh well, life is not always ideal, and if you will have less than that, it is still possible to make a go of it. It will just be more difficult. But be forewarned. Starting a new business is challenging enough. Having a cash crunch from the get-go makes it much harder. The 6-month figure is intended to give you enough of a cushion to get started, open the doors, create some sales, and move forward. So now the question is, how much pizza will Perry's need to sell to make a profit? Step 4. Calculate monthly sales. Your previous research will tell you that how much you can expect to make in this business. The preceding numbers, especially the ongoing monthly expense figure, gives you a break-even threshold of sales that you will need to achieve. Perry's Pizza, for example, must gross at least $10,000 a month to break even. That's $333.33 a day. If an average pizza dinner is, say, $30 a table, then Perry must serve at least 11 tables a day to break even, and anything above that will be profit. While 11 tables a day seems eminently doable, it will likely take a while for the restaurant to achieve that. Building a name and reputation take time. It is far more difficult and expensive to create a new customer than to keep an existing one. And the problem is that new businesses have no existing customers, so all customers will take effort. With enough money in the bank before you start, you will have the time necessary to build and grow your startup. Given that, it is reasonable to assume that it will take at least 6 months before Perry's or any other business is making a consistent profit. Finding the money. In our example, Perry's Pizza should have about $100,000 in the bank before the doors open. Where will Perry find that kind of money? Where will you find that kind of money? Chapter 6, Writing a Winning Business Plan, explains how to write a business plan that can get you funded, and Chapter 8, The Money Hunt, shows you where to shop that plan. Chapter 6, Writing a Winning Business Plan. Setting a goal is not the main thing. It is deciding how you will go about achieving it and staying with that plan. This is a quote by Tom Landry. Having decided upon a business that seems right, the next step is significant. Draft a business plan. All the research that you did up until this point will now be needed. Maybe you think that you do not want or need a business plan. That is understandable, because writing a business plan is a lot of work. In it, you analyze what you are going to do and how you would do it. You crunch the numbers and dissect the competition. You scrutinize risk and ponder reward. It takes a lot of thought and research. So even though business plans are work, and you may in fact be the only person who ever reads yours, if you're going to create a great small business, one that exemplifies your values and earns a fine profit, then writing a business plan is vital. The road map. A pilot would never fly from Seattle to Miami without a detailed, well-researched flight plan which helps him figure out how he will get where he wants to go. It tells him how much fuel he will need, important landmarks to look for, and how long it will take to get there. It is his blueprint for a successful trip. Your business plan is your version of the flight plan, your blueprint for a successful trip. Creating a business plan forces you to carefully think through your proposed business. It will detail how much money you need to get started and stay aloft. Writing it will sharpen your marketing ideas, help you understand projected cost and sales, help you understand the competition, and much more. By analyzing your business, both the things you know well and some you do not, creating a business plan forces you to really figure out what you are getting into and what it will take to succeed. It is your roadmap for a prosperous, rewarding journey. Creating and using a business plan also helps you to avoid pie-in-the-sky projections, allows an investor or lender to analyze whether your proposed business is worth their investment dollars. It helps you to identify your market and competition, and allows you to understand your business better. Because the plan projects where the company expects to be for the next few years and how it plans to get there, a business plan also serves an important tool for established businesses. It lets them know whether they are on or off course. Smart businesses create, use, and revise business plans as necessary. There are two major downsides to not having a business plan. First, without one, your enterprise will be a gamble. It may succeed or it may fail. Who knows? Certainly not you without one. So a well-researched business plan reduces the risk of failure. Second, without a plan, you will never attract an investor. If you require outside funding to get your business started, your investor will want to see your business plan. Therefore, whether it is a bank, the SBA, an angel investor, your Uncle Larry, or a venture capital firm, a business plan is a prerequisite for getting funded. Business plan elements. So just what exactly is in a business plan? The appendix contains a complete business plan in full. Generally speaking, here is what you will find in a typical business plan, though not necessarily in this exact order. A title page. On the title page should be the name of the business, your logo if you have one, the owner's name, the business address and phone number, email addresses, and the business website if you have one. Executive summary. The executive summary is probably the single most important part of your business plan. It presents the greatest hits of the plan and is vital because it is what investors key in on. If they like the executive summary, they will read more. But if they do not, all your hard work will be for naught. If you do not quickly capture the reader's attention with a dynamic executive summary, you blew it. Even though your entire business will be described in detail later in the plan, a crisp 3 or 4 page introduction captures the immediate attention of the potential investor or lender. It should explain what your business is, whom your market is, what is different about your business, why this is a good time for this venture, and why this is a unique opportunity. In addition, the amount of money being sought should be addressed. Because the executive summary is so important, considering writing it last, after you've thought through the whole entire plan. Contents. Next comes a table of contents that lists the section titles and page numbers. Business description. Here you describe exactly what your business is going to be and how you see it growing. This section includes a description of the products or services you will be selling, your market niche, and so on. Explain why what you will be offering is different from other options on the market. Show that the market you are going to tap is large and hopefully growing. If yours is a local small business, say a pizza restaurant, then explain why there's a demand for this type of restaurant in, say, a 10 square mile radius. If yours will be a national business or an internet business, then explain national needs for your services. Therefore, define accurately the target market for your business. In the case of our pizza restaurant, there may be 20,000 people in the area who would be willing to go to this type of restaurant. This is called its feasible market. You must then determine what your share of that feasible market will be. This is called your market share. You will also explain what legal form your business will take: sole proprietorship, partnership, LLC, or corporation. Make the business plan yours. Write it in your voice with your passion. Experts can smell a prepackaged, ghost-written business plan a mile away. Management. It is hard to underestimate just how important your management team is to potential investors. Banks and other lenders take seriously the background and experience of the team you have assembled. Obviously, if yours is going to be a solo small business, then document your own skills and abilities for this type of business. But if you will need others to help you run the business, you better have a good team in place. And if you've not put the team together yet, now is the time to do so. What sort of team, you ask? Maybe you need a director of marketing, an attorney, an accountant, a director of operations, or a director of sales. It also depends on the sort of business you have in mind and what is needed to carry out your vision. But whatever it is, the important thing is to create a team of qualified people who can impress the brass. List your team, their backgrounds, and what their responsibilities will be. Industry description. This section is where all of your background research done to date, analyzing your ideas and so forth, can be inserted. The information you received from trade associations and magazines, websites and books, and interviews and meetings can be used here. Discuss macroeconomic trends and other relevant economic indicators. You do not have to draft a business plan from scratch, and it may not even be a good idea to do so. The business plan in the appendix provided courtesy of Palo Alto Software Business Plan Pro, for example, is a very good and very easy program to use. But even if you do use a computer program, be sure to use your own language and make the plan yours as you write it. Competition. Include all pertinent information about your competition, including the length of time they've been in business, where they're located, and their average annual sales. How will you beat the competition? Will you offer a better location, greater convenience, better prices, later hours, better quality, better service, or what? Analyze what they do right and wrong, how customer needs are and are not being met by your competitors. How will you lure their customers away? Marketing strategy. How will you position your goods or services in the market? Are you going to cater to an upscale clientele, other businesses, or whom? What will your pricing strategy be? How will you promote your business? What sort of advertising and marketing do you propose? These are the sort of questions you must answer. Also, if you have contacts or contracts already with clients, mention them here as well. Sales forecast. When making a business plan, avoid out-of-the-blue numbers, and make no mistake about it, you will be tempted to throw in some unrealistic numbers. Why? Because one reason for creating a business plan is to get funding, and one way to get funding is to show your potential for explosive growth. So you may be tempted to crack up the numbers, but it is a mistake to do so for two reasons. First, sophisticated investors and lenders can see through foreign numbers, exposing you as a novice, and novices with bad numbers do not get funded. Second, even if your business plan is for your eyes only, inflated numbers can only lead to unrealistic expectations, which lead to business failure when you run out of money before you thought you would. So, you have been warned. It is much wiser to deal in reality, especially when making assumptions about your sales. Figure about how much you can expect to sell in the next few years. Even though you'll be making some assumptions, when doing so, err on the side of caution. Be conservative. If you sell more, great. If not, at least your plan served its purpose and warned you. Your honest sales forecast will contain monthly forecast for the coming year, both in dollars and in units sold, annual forecast for the following 2 to 4 years, both in dollars and units sold, and the assumptions upon which you base your forecast. Where do you get this information? Time for more research? Analyze potential competitors. Consider their sales, traffic patterns, hours of operation, busy periods, prices, quality of their goods and services, and so forth. If possible, talk to customers and sales staff. Estimate as specifically as possible what they make in a given month. Your sales forecast can be based on average monthly sales of a similar-sized business operating in a similar market. Second, tap your trade associations and magazines to get an idea about what a typical business in your new industry can expect to make. Estimate your sales, but estimate conservatively. Yours is not an established business, but a new startup. It is highly unlikely that your sales will be as robust as an established competitor for at least a few years. Finally, include your sales strategy, sales objectives, target customers, sales tools, sales support, distribution plan, direct-to-public, wholesale, retail, and pricing structure, markups, margins, break-even point. Financial analysis. Use your previous analyses to explain how much it will cost to get your business up and running, and how much it will cost to keep it going. Explain how much money you are asking for and how it will be spent. The basis of this section are several financial spreadsheets, balance sheets, profit and loss statements, and cash flow projections. Here again you will be making financial assumptions, which can make or break your business. If you do not understand financial planning, you need either to learn it or to hire a professional to help you. It is that important. This financial assistance is often the most difficult part of a business plan for small business people. It is easy to wax poetic about your great idea and how it will make the gang rich, but actually putting real numbers to those projections is hard work. Even so, you have to do it. Crunch some realistic numbers to go along with your realistic plan. Computer programs can be of great assistance when it comes time to analyze your business finances. Microsoft's accounting software, as well as Intuit's QuickBooks, are good places to start. Start with an income and expense statement. It's what it sounds like, a projection of income and expenses. It includes an opening balance sheet, detailed income projections, operating expenses, and a financial forecast for the next year of operation, and for the following 2 years. It also includes a cash flow forecast of inflow and outflow on a monthly basis for the next year. Where do you get this information? The usual suspects: competitors, suppliers, trade associations, chambers of commerce, websites, and trade publications. Next, you will need to include a profit and loss statement. This is a summary of your projected business transactions over a period of time. It explains the difference between your income and expenses. Café, projected profit and loss statement. Projected income fiscal year 1, $187,900. The projected expenses, the cost of goods sold were $76,300. The labor was $33,700. Bank fees $250. Equipment $4,900. Insurance $2,800. Marketing $6,200. Postage and FedEx $1,200. Phone $2,400. Printing $1,900. Supplies $7,200. Taxes $6,800. Projected total expenses $143,650. The projected net profit $44,250. A profit and loss statement is also known as a P&L statement or an income statement. The balance sheet of the business is a snapshot of the venture on a given date. It should include a projection of assets and liabilities. The cash flow statement shows how much cash your business will need and when and where it will come from. For example, how much inventory will be required and what will cost every month. The cash flow statement is important because it forces you to realistically look at the bottom line and see if you're going to make enough money, that is, enough cash flow to handle your debts. The financial section of your business plan will also analyze the use of any loan proceeds you are seeking, including the amount of the loan and the term. Finally, disclose your financial situation and how much you will personally be contributing to the venture. Exit strategy. Conclude with your proposed exit strategy, which may be a sale of the business or eventual retirement. Appendix. This section will contain substantial documentation and articles of interest, names and contact information of your references, name of present bank, name of your lawyer and accountant, personal net worth of statement, letters of intent, possible orders, letters of support, and insurance coverage, policies, type, and amount of coverage. The bottom line. Writing is rewriting. Your business plan is no different, so write it and rewrite it. It is a healthy process that will enable you to have a much better understanding of your business, what it will take to succeed, and what risks to expect. Although it will be a lot of work, it should be worth it. Either you'll get funded, or at a minimum you will have learned a great deal about how to make a business fly. Either way, you win. Chapter 7. Structuring your business. The first thing we do, let's kill all the lawyers. That's a quote from William Shakespeare. As you begin to put the foundation for your small business in place, you need to quickly decide the legal form your business will take. You have 4 options. It can be a sole proprietorship, a partnership, a limited liability, LLC, or some type of corporation. This chapter should help you make that important decision. However, as each business form has a different legal and financial ramifications, and although you can theoretically make a choice based on your supposition about what it is right for your business, it is best to do so in conjunction with your lawyer and accountant. Sole proprietorship. A sole proprietorship is the cheapest and easiest form of business you can start. All you need to do is name the business, get a business license from your city or county, publish a fictitious business name statement in a local newspaper, opening a checking account, open your doors, and you are, quite literally, in business. It should cost about $100 to start a sole proprietorship. According to the Small Business Administration, roughly 17 million of the 23 million small businesses in the United States are sole proprietorships. While the good news about sole proprietorships is that they are inexpensive and easy to create, the bad news is not insignificant. The main problem is that, legally speaking, you and the business are one and the same. If something goes wrong down the shop, you're personally on the book. Say, for instance, that you open a pizza parlor as a sole proprietor, and then one day one of your delivery boys is drunk and kills a pedestrian while the boy is attempting to deliver a pizza. Because he was drunk, your insurance will not cover him. Because he worked for you and was trying to perform a work-related duty, your business will be liable for his actions. And because your business is a sole proprietorship, you personally and your personal assets, car, home, retirement, and so on, could be tapped to pay the damages from the resulting lawsuit. Obviously, therefore, starting a business as a sole proprietor is probably not a good idea, legally speaking. Aside from putting yourself in legal and financial jeopardy by starting your business as a sole proprietorship, another problem with this form of business is that it often means you will be working alone. It is not called a sole proprietorship for nothing. You will have no partners around to work or bounce ideas off. Maybe a partnership is the way to go then, you say. Let's see. Partnerships and limited partnerships. A business partnership is a lot like a marriage, because you'll be spending an inordinate amount of time together, making decisions together, making individual decisions that will affect the whole, and being together in both good times and bad. Think very carefully about whether you really want a partner, and if so, who fits the bill. General partnerships. Legally speaking, a general partnership is even more precarious than a sole proprietorship, if that is possible. Why? Because not only are the partners individually liable for the business debts, just as the sole proprietor is, but either partner can get the whole partnership into debt. When that happens, both partners are legally liable for the debt. So the danger is that your partner can make some dumb decision, sign a bad contract or some such thing, get the partnership into debt, and you'll be personally responsible for that debt. Another thing to consider is the emotional aspect of having a partner. Do you want one? Can you share the power? One nice thing about being a sole proprietor is that you alone are the boss. You have no one to answer to except yourself. But having a partner means, well, you'll have a partner. You'll need to listen to your partner, respect her, defer to her judgment when necessary, and be willing to share responsibility for all decisions and actions. And remember, partnerships do not always work out. Best friends who become partners do not always stay friends. Conversely, though, there is plenty to be said for having a partner. The first benefit is significant, namely a partner gives you someone to work with, to share ideas and brainstorm with, to bounce ideas off. Also, a partner shares the workload. One bad thing about working alone is there are too many hats to wear. CEO, head of sales, marketing director, and too often receptionist and secretary. Partners help alleviate that. Finally, a business partner is someone who should share the financial commitments of the business, and that should be a relief. So consider carefully those pros and cons of having a partner, and then, if you decide that the benefits outweigh the burdens, find someone with whom you can work well. Even if you get along swimmingly, be sure to check out your potential partner's background, credit history, and so on. Get some references and call. This is a very important decision, so act accordingly. Finally, if you do decide to go to the partnership route, you are strongly advised to get a partnership agreement, preferably drafted by an attorney. This agreement should spell out who contributed what, who will do what, and if the partnership ends, who will get what. It is really a very important document. If you have someone in mind for a partner, it is a good idea to start out working on a project or two together first. See if your styles are complementary and whether you have more fun than issues. After all, one reason you start your own business is to enjoy your work more, and your potential partner should add to that. Limited partnerships. Whereas in a general partnership, all partners are equal, each can incur obligations on behalf of the partnership, and each has unlimited liability for the debts of that partnership. In a limited partnership, things are different. Usually there is only one person running the show, the general partner. The other partners are called limited partners, who also have limited liability and limited input. They cannot incur obligations on behalf of the partnership, and do not participate in its daily operations. A limited partner is essentially a passive investor. A limited partner's liability is limited to the amount of his or her financial contribution to the partnership, while the general partner has unlimited liability to go along with his power. This structure allows the general partner the freedom to run the business unfettered and gives the limited partners limited liability if things go wrong. Another key benefit of the limited partnership, aside from the diminished liability of the limited partners and freedom of the general partner, is that it pays no income tax. Income and losses are attributed proportionally to each partner and accounted for on their individual tax returns. A limited partnership is often the structure of choice for real estate and stock investment groups. Corporations and limited liability companies, LLCs. As you know, the problem with general partnerships and sole proprietorships is the personal liability of the company's business debts and other liabilities. These entities do not shield you from legal responsibility. Not so for corporate entities. In fact, one of the main reasons to incorporate is to legally shield your personal assets from business debts. Consider our pizza parlor fiasco. If you had incorporated and one of your drivers had negligently killed someone, it would have been the business assets at risk. While still unpleasant, it sure beats having your personal assets at risk. Creditors are limited to the assets of the corporation only for payment and may not collect directly from the shareholders. Pros and cons of incorporating. Pros. The corporate shield protects you from legal responsibility and personal liability. Corporations are theoretically infinite. They can last in perpetuity. Sole proprietorships and partnerships usually end upon death, retirement, disability, or bankruptcy of the sole proprietor or partner. As the corporation grows, owners can continue to share in the profit as shareholders, but do not have to stay and run the business. This is not normally true for sole proprietorships and partnerships. You may be taken more seriously if your business has an Inc. behind the name. There are many tax advantages to having a corporation, as well as pension and profit-sharing options. Cons. Creating a corporation is not inexpensive. Shareholders have little say in day-to-day operations. Corporations are subject to greater government regulation and scrutiny. The tax code, as it relates to corporations, is complex, not easy to understand, and will likely require the yearly assistance of a lawyer or an accountant. S&C corporations. There are several types of corporations. The main types are the S corporation and C corporation. S and C are subsections of the IRS code. While there are several differences between the S and C corporations, there are two main ones. The first one is the C corporation are taxed twice, once when profits are realized and a second time when those profits are passed on to the shareholders. The advantage of the S corporation is it does not pay a corporate tax at all. Instead, its shareholders report profits and losses on their personal tax returns, and therefore, profits are taxed only once. Another difference between the two has to do with size. For the most part, C corporations are large, publicly traded businesses. When you see a business whose shares are bought and sold on the New York Stock Exchange, that is a C corporation. In fact, the ability to freely sell shares is one of the main advantages of a C corporation. People who start businesses with an exit strategy of going public start C corporations. While most large businesses are C corporations, most small businesses choose this form as a structure as well for one very good reason. C corporations can conduct 100% of the health insurance costs for its employees, including you. The double taxation whammy of the C corporation pushes many small business owners toward S corporations, which are, generally speaking, intended for and used by smaller businesses. There are certainly more pros than cons to starting your small businesses as an S corporation. S corporation offers limited personal liability. S corporations pay no corporate taxes. Again, profits and losses flow through to your individual tax return. A sole owner of an S corporation does not have to pay the FICA tax, Medicare, and the self-employment tax, which are roughly 15% on the first $75,000 you earn. The bad news is there are restrictions on the S corporations. You can have no more than 75 shareholders, and you cannot have any preferred stock. Whether to incorporate as an S corporation or a C corporation is something you should decide in conjunction with your attorney. Another sort of corporation is called the professional corporation. This type is for the professionally licensed small business owner only, and that profession can be the only shareholder. The type of professional who can take part in this plan varies by state, but usually it includes lawyers, doctors, dentists, accountants, and psychologists. It is important to understand that this sort of corporation cannot normally shield you from a malpractice award. Limited liability companies. Limited liability companies, or LLCs, are a hybrid combining the best of corporations, sole proprietorships, and partnerships, and have become very popular for good reason among new entrepreneurs. First and best, like S and C corporations, LLCs protect their owners, called members, from personal liability for business indebtedness. Second, like partnerships and sole proprietorships, LLCs are fairly informal. A nice thing about sole proprietorship and partnerships is that they are less structured than corporations, especially with regard to taxes. The tax code is full of detailed rules applicable to corporations. These complicated rules and tax rates create a lot of bookkeeping and legal issues for corporations. Sole proprietorships and partnerships, on the other hand, simply have business profits and losses flow through to the individual taxes of the owners. Because it's much simpler, the second main advantage of the LLC is that its members can choose to be taxed as sole proprietorships and partnerships are, or they can choose a corporate tax structure if that is more advantageous. By combining the best of corporations, the so-called corporate shield, and the best of sole proprietorships and partnerships, the so-called flow-through taxation, the LLC has become the business form of choice for many a small business. LLCs are easy to create, inexpensive. The filing fee with your state will be far less than if you started a corporation, and can be formed with only one member, unlike a corporation which requires officers and boards of directors. Members can use capital or property to buy into the LLC and will get a percentage share of the business to reflect their contributions. When profits are distributed, the member will usually get an amount commensurate with his or her ownership share. Again, because LLCs are so flexible, you can even decide to distribute profits unequally if you so choose. There are two types of LLCs. The first is called member managed, and this type, all the owners, there is no limit on the number, but it is usually a half a dozen or less, actively run the business. The second is called manager managed. Here the owners have managers running the business. Typically, only members get a right to vote on company issues. LLC laws are state-specific, and each state has a different requirement. Generally speaking, though, to create an LLC, file a document called either Articles of Organizations or Certificate of Formation with the proper state office and pay the fee. How much? Roughly $75 or so in most states. After you file the proper documents, draft your operating agreement. In it, detail how much each member has contributed, what their percentage of ownership is, how you will run the business, and how you will handle distributions and so on. Nolo Press puts out some great do-it-yourself LLC books. In particular, I recommend the Legal Guide to Starting and Running a Small Business by Fred Steingold and Your Limited Liability Company Operating Manual by Anthony Mancuso. Once formed, an LLC can protect you from business liabilities, create an easy structure for running the business, and make tax time easier. All in all, It's usually a good idea for most small businesses. Chapter 8. The Money Hunt. If you would know the value of money, go and try to borrow some. That's a quote from Benjamin Franklin. The previous few chapters are intended to help you put the foundation of your business in place, coming up with your best idea, figuring out what it will cost to create a business out of that idea, drafting a business plan, and choosing the right legal structure are the basic building blocks of any successful small business. Now you can build upon that solid foundation starting with this chapter. Getting the money to realize your dream can happen only if you have that solid foundation in place. Any lender or investor will want to see that those pieces are set. And even if you're not going to self-fund the business, either through savings, credit cards, or some other plan, this foundation is no less important as it is the basis for creating a small business that lasts. Therefore, if you did the work suggested in the previous few chapters, you know exactly how much money you need to get started and stay open, which puts you far ahead of most new small business entrepreneurs who have only some vague idea about how much money they will need. So, the $64,000 question maybe literally is, where will you find the money to start your business? There are many sources listed later, which is good because it is highly unlikely that you will secure all of your required funding from one place. Maybe you will combine personal savings and credit cards with an SBA loan and a gift from an uncle. Who knows? While finding the money to find the dream is always a challenge for the entrepreneur, it is part of the job. Yes, it will likely be tough. You may get discouraged. You may not raise as much as you want. But remember, countless new business owners have found the money to start their businesses, and if they did, you can too. Stick with it. If you have a good idea and a solid plan, you can do it. The usual suspects. The vast majority of small businesses are started using funds, at least partly, from the entrepreneur himself. Indeed, if you're looking to outside investors, most will want to see that you are sharing some of the financial risk. Yes, tapping your savings for a new untried venture is a scary thought. But remember, an entrepreneur is a person willing to take a risk with money to make money. So, risking some money, then, is part of the job description. Where do you find that money? If you have savings, you'll need to use at least some. If you may be getting an inheritance down the road, see if you can get an advance on it. Many new small business owners use their IRAs and 401k funds. Damn the penalties. Full steam ahead. If you have a stock portfolio, consider selling it. You'll have to be creative and a bit bold. But that is what will likely be needed if you are going to make your dream come true. The moment one definitely commits oneself, the providence moves too. All sorts of things occur to help one that would have never otherwise have occurred. I have learned a deep respect for one of Goethe's couplets. Whatever you can, or dream you can, begin it. Boldness has genius, power, and magic in it. This is a quote from W.H. Murray from his book The Scottish Himalayan Expedition, published by J.M. Dent and Sons Limited in 1951. Another option that I like far less is using home equity. Yes, people do it all the time, but no, it is not wise, and it should be avoided if it can be. Why? A home equity plan or something similar is a loan secured by your house, as you well know. If your bet doesn't pay off, if the business does not fly, if you have to put your home at risk, if the business does not pan out and funds get tight, how are you going to pay back that home equity loan? And what will happen if you can't? Recall what we said earlier. Smart entrepreneurs do their best to reduce the risk as much as possible. Risking your home may be too much to ask. Credit cards. Another very popular option for funding a startup company is the credit card. According to one study, almost half of all businesses use credit cards to help with the startup. Again, it's easy to see why. Credit cards are readily available and can be paid back in installments. But the problem is, it is very easy to get in over your head with credit card debt. So before you go running up the cards, charging that new computer and office furniture, some words of warning might be in order. The credit card trap. Excessive credit card debt is one of the most common debt issues that small business people face, and it can be a major factor leading to small business failure. Many of us have learned the hard way about credit card trap. You know what it is too, right? Charging or taking cash advances, getting stuck with a huge bill, paying the minimum, watching the interest grow every month, and thus ensuring that the balance is never paid off. It is a trap because you're caught in a predicament that is difficult to get out of, and it ensures that your small business will likely remain a bit out of kilter. For example, let's say that you charge $7,000 to help your new business get off the ground. Reasonable, no? Let's further assume that you have an interest rate of 17%. This is a credit card after all. How long do you think it will take you to pay off that balance paying a minimum payment of 2%? 3 years? Let's do a little math. A monthly interest payment of 17% on $7,000 is $104. Adding that to your balance means that you will have a new balance in month 2 of $7,104. 2% of that is $142. That is your minimum payment. So, if you just paid the minimum, it would take, get ready for this, more than 40 years to pay off the entire card. Don't worry, it gets worse. You'd also end up paying almost $14,000 on your $7,000 balance. Credit card smarts. So, getting stuck with excessive credit card debt is one of the worst things that can happen to your new small business. If you need to use credit cards to help fund your startup, you absolutely have to get those balances down as quickly as possible. Here's how. Pay more than the minimum. The first way to reduce credit card debt is to pay more than the minimum payment due, as much more as you can afford. In the preceding $7,000 example, the 2% minimum payment amount goes down every month as the principal decreases. However, if you keep paying the original payment of $142 instead of the new lower minimum, you will decrease the time it takes to reduce your credit card debt from 40 years to just about 5 years. Do the balance transfer dance. One of the easiest and best methods of lowering both your monthly credit card payments as well as your company's overall credit card indebtedness is to transfer the balance on your cards with a high interest rate to a card or cards with a much lower rate, something like a 4.9%, looking for introductory teaser rates. Credit cards, while useful and convenient, can kill even the best small businesses. Use them if you must to fund your startup, but do so with a plan to pay them off as soon as possible. Using a credit card with a zero balance and timing your purchase correctly can mean that you will never have to pay interest again. Here's how. Let's say that you need a cash advance. You're billed on the 1st of the month, and your payment is due on the 25th. That means that you have 25 days to repay the debt without getting charged interest, the grace period. Now, if you take that advance on the 2nd of the month, you won't even receive a bill until the 1st of the following month. You then won't be charged interest until the 25th of that month. Thus, just by timing your card use, you can avoid all interest payments and still have almost 2 months to pay them off. The friends and family plan. The next most common method of funding your startup is to find friends and family members who believe in you and your vision and would be willing to invest in your new company. Again, this is where your business plan will be necessary. If you can show potential investors a plan that makes sense, the chance of getting them to invest greatly increases. A great thing about this option is that friends and family tend to lend or invest either interest-free or at a very low interest rate, which makes your job much easier, especially at the beginning of your venture. Capital is precious and must be, if not hoarded, at least highly respected. Keep your overhead as low as possible. Low interest on debts helps with that, and that is why this can be an attractive option. When Scott Hanley and Chris Abbott came up with the idea for a new board game, They were two unemployed journalists with little more than a novel idea. They drafted a business plan and then started talking to everyone they knew about investing in the fledgling company. Finally, they pestered 32 friends, relatives, and former colleagues into investing in the business, raising about $60,000 in the process for their new game, Trivial Pursuit. The danger, of course, is that most small businesses are not business home runs like Trivial Pursuit. Far more likely is that you will create a successful business that makes a nice profit and that affords you some freedom and a good standard of living. But if that does not happen, if the business does not fly, owing money to friends and relatives for a failed business venture is not a pleasant experience. You have been warned. Banks and credit unions. Of all investments, a bank or credit union can make loaning money to an untried brand new startup is about the most risky. Home loans are secured by collateral, as are car loans. Loans to existing businesses offer some security, as the business has a track record or assets. But the new startup has none of those things. So getting a conventional bank loan for a new business is not always easy. Sure, it can be done, but it usually means either putting your home up as collateral or signing a personal guarantee for the loan. The problem with a personal guarantee is that incorporating to reduce your personal liability will be a waste of time. If you sign a personal guarantee for a bank loan, then, again, entrepreneurs have been known to do almost anything to get the show on the road, and that may be the price you have to pay. Is there a better solution? Indeed. The United States Small Business Administration, SBA, is one of the best friends your new business can have. The SBA has plenty of ways to help your business, many others of which are recounted later in this book, and can help you get that loan. Here's how. The U.S. government knows how important small business is to the American economy. As such, it created and funds the SBA, whose mission is to help the country's small businesses succeed. One main way the SBA accomplishes that goal is by guaranteeing certain loans made by lenders to small businesses. By acting as a guarantor, the SBA reduces the risk to the lender, and so many more small business loans are made. So find a bank or credit union that deals with SBA guaranteed loans. The Reconstruction Finance Corporation, RFC, was a loan program created by President Herbert Hoover to help businesses hurt by the Great Depression. When Franklin D. Roosevelt was elected in 1932, he adapted and expanded the program. However, during World War II, many small businesses were unable to compete against the large corporations and their large government contracts. So Congress created the Small War Plants Corporation, SWPC, in 1942. Similar to its government cousin, the RFC, the SWPC provided loans to entrepreneurs and businesses, and after the war, the SWPC was dissolved, and the Commerce Department Office of Small Businesses assumed some of its responsibilities. Finally, in 1952, President Dwight D. Eisenhower signed legislation to create a full-time, peacetime small business agency, the Small Business Administration. There are many loans and many programs. Here are the main ones. 7A Loan Guarantee. This is the granddaddy of them all, the SBA's bread and butter loan program. Not only can a 7A loan be used for startup purposes, but it is flexible, enough to be used for working capital, equipment, furniture, and real estate. The length of the loan can be anywhere from 10 to 25 years. For more information, go to www.sba.gov/financing/spaloan, SPALON/7A.htm. 7M, Microloan Program. This program is smaller. The terms of the loans are shorter, and the amounts you can borrow are less. Here you can get up to $35,000 for working capital or for the purchase of furniture, supplies, inventory, fixtures, or equipment. You cannot buy real estate with these funds, nor are loans made through traditional lenders. Instead, various non-profit organizations who have experience lending, who can offer business assistance, make the microloans. For more information, go to www.sba.gov/financing, FINANCING/SBALOAN/MICROLOANS.HTM. 504 Certified Development Company CDS Loan Program. This program offers long-term fixed-rate loans for real estate and machinery purposes or for modernization and expansion. The usual 504 deal requires that the small business contribute at least 10% of the funds. A private lender will fund approximately 50%, and the 504 loan secured from a CDC covers 40%. The 504 share of the deal can go up to $1.3 million in some cases. For more information, go to www.sba.gov/financing, FINANCING/SBALOAN/CDC504.HTM. The SBA has one other program that you should know about if you are looking for startup capital. The Loan Prequalification Program will analyze your loan package up to $250,000 before you take it to a lender. An SBA designated liaison will review your application, offer suggestions, help make corrections, and generally strengthen your submission. Angel investors. Angel investors are, as the name implies, people who help businesses with either startup or expansion capital. Typically, angels are individuals who have made a lot of money and are looking to invest in new startups. Usually, they have made their money in a particular industry and prefer to reinvest their money into that industry. Where do you find angels? Usually, they are found through networking. Speak with your lawyer and accountant. Check also with stockbrokers, real estate agents, bankers, customers, sales reps, and industry colleagues. Be persistent, as you never know where that angel may come from. It is also possible to find angels online. Two of the sites you should check out are www.vfinance.com or www.capital.connection.com. Of course, finding an angel is probably not going to be easy, but it is possible. If and when you do find one, here are 3 steps that can help you get a deal. 1. Prepare your elevator pitch. An elevator pitch is business jargon for a proposal that can be explained in about 30 seconds or so, the length of time you might be in an elevator with an investor. Your elevator pitch must be intriguing, intelligent, short, and powerful, and should motivate someone into wanting to know more. Refer to Chapter 23, Marketing Muscle. Since the first thing that you will do when approaching any potential angel is to pitch your idea, have a snappy one ready. 2. Do your homework. If your pitch works or you otherwise get a meeting, come prepared. Of course, your business plan must be flawless. That is a given. Equally important, though, is having some background knowledge about the potential investors. How did they make their money? What's their background? What else have they funded? Learn all you can about the investors before going to a meeting. Pique their interest, show potential, and create rapport. Be enthusiastic and know your business plan inside out. Many angels like being mentors and may be willing to use their own contacts in helping you find additional funding or other assistance. Ask. 3. Follow up. If the meeting goes well, make sure to get some references from the angel for other deals he has done. Call up the references and make sure the angel is easy to work with and legitimate. If everything checks out, then congratulations are in order. Venture capital. An angel investor is an individual with a lot of money, but a venture capital fund is a group of similar people with even more money. Venture capital VC firms could be made up of family members, investment banking firms, professional investors, or some other group that is looking to invest in small businesses with big potential. But understand that most VCs are interested in businesses that need at least $250,000. And even then, the possibility of landing VC money is remote at best. A VC firm may receive more than 1,000 proposals a year, and the vast majority are rejected. The major things VC firms look for are uniqueness, growth potential, and a strong management team. Unless yours is a small business with huge potential, you would be best advised looking for funding elsewhere. If VC money is what you want, check out VC firms associated with the SBA called SBICs, Small Business Investment Company. As the SB model of guaranteeing part of the investment applies here as well, the SBIC firms are especially attractive for the small businesses because they fund many small businesses that otherwise might not attract VC funding. Go to www.sba.gov/INV. Dealing with investors. When a business wants to bring in an investor, whether it is a family member, an angel investor, or whomever, there are several ways to structure the deal, depending upon the legal structure of the business. Sole proprietorship and partnerships. If your business is a sole proprietorship or partnership, the investment money could be considered a loan that will be paid back by an agreed-to time and at an agreed-to interest rate. Alternatively, you could say that the investor is buying a part of the business and he will get a percentage of the profits every month. This is something to be negotiated. Corporations. When a company is a corporation, either an S or a C, the two basic methods for raising revenue are the sale of debt and the sale of equity. The sale of debt is essentially a deal whereby the invested money is considered a loan. These are called debt securities. Some investors like debt securities because they take precedence over equity securities. That is, in a risky startup, if something were to go wrong, your investor's loan, his debt securities, is legally protected and given higher legal priority than your ownership interest. One reason you might want his investment to be a debt security is taxes. If you were to simply sell this investor stock when he is repaid, it would likely be considered a dividend. When your business pays someone a dividend, it is not deductible on the business's taxes. However, if you structure the deal as a sale of debt, a loan, your repayments are considered interest payments and thus are deductible on the business taxes. By structuring the deal as a loan, then, your business would pay fewer taxes. The second method for structuring the deal is to simply sell your investor shares of the corporation, called the sale of equity, or a sale of securities. Many investors like this option because it gives them an actual ownership interest in the businesses. The sale of common stock to an investor carries with it both the right to participate in earnings and a right to vote on the board of directors. This is the most common type of corporate financing arrangement. Note, too, that the sale of stock means the Federal Trade Commission, FTC, may have oversight duties. How much stock should the investor get? It is impossible to say. It depends upon the size of your business, the amount of money he is investing, how much authority you want him to have, and so on. Discuss this with your lawyer. LLCs. If you own a limited liability company, an LLC, things are a bit different. LLCs do not have shares of stock as a corporation does. Instead, its owners are called members, and you sell membership shares. If you want to sell your investor shares of your LLC, you are certainly free to do so. However, if you do, it may change the structure of your LLC. Recall that there are two types of LLCs. Most are members managed. The owners, the members, manage and run the business. The other management structure is called manager-managed. This means that the owners have managers who help run the business. The non-managing owners, presumably your new investor, would simply share in LLC profits. The important thing to understand is that in a manager-managed LLC, only the named managers get to vote on management decisions and to act as agents of the LLC. Your investor would be like a shareholder in the corporation, except that he wouldn't have a right to help pick a board of directors, nor could he sit on the board. Why? Because LLCs don't have boards of directors. Part 2. Setting Up Shop. Chapter 9. Location, location, location. Nothing focuses the mind better than the constant sight of a competitor who wants to wipe you off the map. That's a quote by Wayne Calloway. Now comes the fun stuff. While the matters discussed in the previous section, drafting a business plan, finding the money, and so on, are a necessary prerequisite to starting a successful small business, they really cannot be described as fun. But the things you will do now should be quite enjoyable. From finding the right location to outfitting the office or shop, you should take pleasure in the actual process of physically creating a business. Not all locations are created equal. Not every business needs a great location. It depends upon the type of business you have, the brand you are creating, the amount of foot traffic you require, and the amount of money you have to spend. A business where you will be going to your customers' locations rather than vice versa certainly does not need a terrific location. House cleaning or pool care businesses, for example, wholesale businesses, warehouses, and factories also do not need great locations. An out-of-the-way location can be a great, inexpensive choice for many businesses. Opening in a redevelopment area, for example, may afford you tax breaks. The first consideration, then, is how important traffic will be to your business. If your business will be a retail store catering to the public, if there will be a lot of spur-of-the-moment drop-in customers, then a high-profile, high-traffic location is vital. A convenience store needs a great location with a lot of traffic, but a chiropractor does not. Location checklist. Consider the following when looking for a good location. Population. Are there enough people in the immediate area and broader region to support your sort of business? What has been the fate of similar businesses in the area? Traffic. If your business will depend upon drive-by traffic, then locate on the way to or from or at the center of activity. Also, is the location served by public transportation? Is it on a major thoroughfare? Competition. Where is the competition in relation to the store? Having too many competitors nearby can definitely be a problem. Visibility. The location probably needs to be visible from the highway and not set back or otherwise easily missed. Signs. As good signs can make a big difference, make sure that there are neither legal nor lease restrictions precluding you from erecting a notable sign. Facilities. What are the facilities like? Is there enough parking? Is there a bathroom for the public, for your staff? What about outdoor lighting and landscaping? The landlord. Get some references. Is the landlord responsive and easy to work with, or is he impossible? History. Avoid locations with bad reputations because you will have to spend a lot of time overcoming preconceived notions about the space. Rent. Rent, while obviously a concern, should not be the sole and deciding factor. Yes, you need to keep your overhead low, but locating your business in a cheap, bad location is also a path to failure. Finally, whatever location you choose, be sure that it is zoned for your type of business. Other things you might want to consider are, can employees and suppliers get there easily? Is there an adequate shipping and receiving area? Are there environmental issues to consider? Is it wired for the internet? Is there room to expand? My dad was a retailer and always liked locating his stores across the street from major malls. He figured he would get the benefit of the mall's advertising and pull without having to pay mall rent. Negotiating the lease. Negotiating a lease with a landlord is like any other negotiations. The important thing is to know going in what you want and what you can afford. Remember, everything is negotiable. If you are negotiating over lease terms, then understand that you are a valuable commodity to a landlord. It is no easy task for a landlord to find a qualified commercial tenant. He probably wants you as much as you want the space. Accordingly, you may be in more of a power position than you think when negotiating a lease, and thus can ask the landlord for concessions and changes to the lease if required. To negotiate a good deal on your lease requires that you know the rental history of the area. What are similar spaces renting for? What is the vacancy rate in the area? If it is high, you can negotiate a good deal because the landlord really needs you. If the space has been empty for a while, you need to find out how long and why. The more you know, the better deal you may be able to negotiate. When presented with a lease, go over it with your lawyer. The lease was drafted by the landlord's lawyer for the landlord's benefit, so you need your attorney to figure out what is fair and what is not. While you might be presented with a pre-printed lease that seems like it cannot be changed, it can. The essence of contract law is that both sides must agree to all conditions. That, in fact, is why a contract is also called an agreement. If you find areas that you and your lawyer do not like, negotiate to change them. Always remember the rule. Everything is negotiable. Any oral promises made by the landlord must be made part of the written lease, or they will be unenforceable. Important lease issues. When you are analyzing the lease and the space, the first issue to consider is the square footage listed in the lease. Because your rent is normally tied to the location's square footage, you might want to have an architect measure the usable space you'll be renting, because it often is less than what the landlord says or the lease indicates. The landlord will typically include things like closets, bathrooms, and halls as part of the square footage, yet these are spaces that are not office space. Other issues to consider. Rent. When negotiating a long-term lease, ask for a few months free rent. Length. The length of the lease must be long enough to establish your business, but not so long that you cannot move or close doors if things do not work out there. A year or two with an option for a renewal is probably about right for starters. Assignments and subleases. Negotiate for the right to assign or sublet your space so that if you need to get out, you can. With an assignment, the new tenant would be totally responsible for the rest of the term, whereas a sublet keeps you financially on the hook until it is over. Either way, the landlord will probably want the right to review or refuse the person you pick, and that is a reasonable request. Gross or net. A gross lease is one where the landlord pays the insurance, taxes, utilities, and so forth. If it is a net lease, you must be very clear about what is and is not included. Who pays for heating and air conditioning? Who pays for security, cleaning, and parking? Who pays for repairs? A triple net lease is one where the renter also pays, in addition to rent, all operating costs and expenses for the property, such as security, maintenance, tax, and insurance. Escalation charges. Be sure also to restrict any escalation charges for later years. Escalation charges are expenses incurred by the landlord for things like increased property taxes, property and business insurance, and so on. Although you will be asked, you do not have to agree to share these costs. Signs. Broach the subject of signs early, long before you sign any agreement. Signage issues can be deal breakers. Utilities. Under some leases, the small business person must purchase the utilities from the landlord. Be sure that the lease grants you the right to audit his utility bill so you can make sure he is not defrauding you. Renovations. Your landlord may agree to help or otherwise contribute to renovations you require before move-in. Why? Because doing so increases the value of his building, and also it helps you lock into a several-year lease. Restrictive covenant. You may require a restrictive covenant to prevent competitors from opening similar businesses nearby. For example, if you are in a mall, you might want to restrict the landlord from renting to another business like yours. It is imperative that you review the proposed lease with your lawyer. Above all, try to cultivate a good working relationship with your landlord. That will go further toward working out problems than a dozen letters from your lawyer. Chapter 10. Branding 101. Customers must recognize that you stand for something. That's a quote by Howard Schultz from Starbucks. Gene Simmons, lead man of the rock band Kiss, once remarked that while he liked being in a rock and roll band, he loved being in a rock and roll brand. What did he mean by that? Think about Kiss for a moment. What images and feelings come to mind? Probably that distinctive Kiss logo, the white makeup, the outrageous shows, the wild stories. Kiss carefully cultivated that billion-dollar bad boy brand, and it's worth a fortune to them. That is what Simmons meant. Having a band is great, but it's the brand that pays the bills. Brand new. What do you think of when you think about Rolls-Royce or Nike or Apple Computer? Each business evokes very clear thoughts, feelings, and images. All have a strong corporate identity or brand associated with their names, and it's no accident. These companies have spent a lot of money getting you to conjure up specific images and feelings when you think about their businesses, which begs the question, what is it you want people to think of when they think about your small business? The idea of creating a brand for your small business is really quite important. Maybe you're thinking that doing so is beyond your reach, that branding is a concept for the big boys. Think again. Branding is something you can and should do, too. Branding background. You could not have picked a better time to start or to own a small business because of a variety of factors have coalesced to make this a new era for small business, an exciting new era full of potential. Big business used to have that inside track over small business because of their greater resources. Bigger used to be better, but no longer. Little is the new big. 3 things have changed the landscape in your favor. 1. A change in thought. What the business world has come to see is that smaller is quicker, more innovative, more entrepreneurial, and better to adapt to increasing change. Bigger can be slower, plodding, boring, and bureaucratic. More and more big businesses see the power of small. 2. The information computer technological revolution. This revolution means that small businesses can look much bigger than they actually are, and no one need know. Between computers, laser printers, cell phones, PDAs, faxes, and a great software, any small business can look big. 3. A growing market. More and more big businesses are seeing the power and market potential of small businesses and are catering to that market. As such, ideas and tools once considered the private domain of large businesses are being offered to and used by small businesses. Evidence, Staples, a plethora of small business software, and Kinko's. There are roughly 23 million businesses in the United States. Of those, according to the U.S. Census Bureau, only 6 million have a payroll, and 99% of those are small businesses with less than 100 employees, and most of those have less than 10. So the era of the little has arrived, and branding is but the first of several ideas in which you will see strategies once confined to the corporate boardroom can equally be applied on Main Street. Creating your brand. If you want to succeed in business, you too will need to create an identifiable brand. Boiled down to its basics, a brand is the essence of what makes your business unique. It combines your name, logo, and purpose into an identifiable whole. It's your image based on reality. Your brand is your business identity, your unique position in the market. Are you the upscale restaurant, the holistic market, the geeky computer consultant, or what? Without a brand, you may find that instead of being all those things to all those people, you are nothing to no one. A brand is a hook to hang your hat onto, so that people will remember you. Nike, that swoosh and just do it come to mind. That is the gold standard that we are aiming for. You begin to create a brand by carefully thinking about what your business is, what makes it unique, who your customers are, and what they want. Deciding upon a brand is vital because many other decisions will hinge on this one. Your name, logo, slogan, even the location you choose, and your pricing structure depend upon the brand you are trying to create. A discount motorcycle warehouse will put things together far differently from a Harley showroom. Here are the elements of your brand. Your name. For the small business, what you name your business will have as much to do with extending your brand as anything else, because you will not have the sort of budget required to create brand awareness in the general public as large companies do. One of your best chances of creating a favorable image is with your name when people first hear it. If you are creating a restaurant, Aunt Susie's Food Emporium creates a much different image than Susan's Brasserie. When naming your business, you have two choices. Either choose a name that explains exactly what the business is and what benefits it offers, or choose a name that has nothing to do with the business at all. The latter category includes names like Xerox, Amazon.com, and Kodak. While interesting, the problem, of course, is that you don't have enough money to get people to remember the name of your business. Instead of a memorable, quirky name, all you are left with is a quirky name. The other option is almost always preferable for the small business. This process involves coming up with the benefits your business offers the public and naming the business after that. Examples here include Jiffy Lube, Badger Fresh, or Quickie Mart. Choosing a name that creates awareness of your business benefits can go a long way to creating a brand that people can remember. So, there are two important things to consider when naming your business. The first is the image and the brand you want to create. The thing about the successful brand is that there is a consistency across the board. The image and colors and location and logo and pricing all reinforce one another. If you are creating an upscale Italian furniture store, you need a location, prices, and a name that reflect the image that you are trying to create. Maria's Discount Italy probably won't cut it, but Maria's Casa d'Italia might. See? The second factor, aside from the name, is, as indicated, the benefit somebody would get from patronizing your business. The best name would be one that combines the image you want to create with the perceived benefit. Netflix, or Discount Warehouse, or Speedy Linguini. Your logo. A graphic image that reinforces the name builds the brand. Ideally, it says who you are and what you do. A logo can be a symbol, the target, a graphic interpretation of your business name like USA Today, or both. Either way, it needs to concisely convey the image you want to present to the world. When choosing a logo, therefore, the essential thing is that it graphically represents to the world who you are and what is unique. Accordingly, choosing a logo is akin to naming your business. You want a logo that's distinctive, memorable, and benefit-laden. When creating a logo, you again have two options. You can do it yourself or hire someone to do it for you. Doing it yourself probably requires that you use a graphics program like a Microsoft Publisher that offers clipart, pictures, and photographs. It is important that you not use in your logo design any material that is copyrighted or trademarked. You can find some free logo generators online. One good site is www.cooltext.com. If you can hire someone to create a logo for you, do it. Prices vary. You could pay anywhere from $100 for a student to $10,000 professional. You might be surprised at the great quality and affordable prices you will get from a graphic arts student. One way to add even more value to your logo is to incorporate a slogan with it. you want your catchphrase to reinforce your desired image, and the benefits you offer should be part of that catchphrase as part of your overall branding strategy. If you are sensing a theme here, you're right. For example, IBM, think, carpet world, elegance underfoot, BMW, the ultimate driving machine. These three things, your name, logo, and catchphrase, are the holy trinity of your brand and are all equally essential. Next, you'd want to pick colors and fonts that reinforce your emerging brand. A computer consultant would be fine using a computer-looking font, but would be unwise to use an old English font. Self-evident for sure, but important to remember nonetheless. The font you choose and the color you pick will then be used to represent your name, logo, and slogan in all of your printed materials. This tapestry of decisions should create a unified, interwoven theme that reinforces the brand you are working to create. Once you have your name, logo, slogan, font, and color ready, it is time to get the word out. All are combined to create your graphic materials. Your name, logo, and slogan should be on your stationery, business cards, envelopes, mailing labels, signs, invoices, receipts, everything. Branding secrets. Okay, so you get the idea. You want to create a consistent theme that reinforces the image you intend to create. But branding goes even beyond that. Since your brand is based both on how you want to be perceived and how you are in fact perceived, it follows that the other half of brand building is creating positive perceptions based on substance as well as style. How? Do what you do best again and again. A brand is a promise that essentially boils down to, if you buy this product, you know what you will be getting because our company stands for X, Y, or Z. That is, Volvos are safe. Nordstrom's offers are great customer service, that sort of thing. This kind of branding takes time and derives from a company doing what it does best and then making sure that everything else they do supports that value proposition. Consistency is key. Offer superior customer service. This is a theme that is discussed in more detail later in the book, but suffices to say that all your hard work creating that cool brand will be a waste of time and money if it isn't reinforced by happy customers. Customers should find it easy to work with you or buy from you. Be a mensch. Mensch is a Yiddish word that basically means a good person. If your business practices mensch ethics, your brand grows. While good looks may get you a date, being a mensch will get you a mate. So too your business. Flash may bring people in the door once, but caring for them, and your employees and your vendors gets people to stick with you for the long haul. Pay invoices on time. Do more than asked of you. Do things when not asked. Help out in the community. That really builds your brand. You cannot get by on brand alone. That is the lesson of the .com boom and bust. Take the now defunct Pets.com, for example. That high-flying startup burned through multiples of millions of dollars, mostly because it was focused far more on branding than it did on business. Its once famous sock puppet was interviewed by People magazine and was on Good Morning America. But the company soon learned that creating an identifiable brand is not the same as creating a valuable business. The bottom line is you want to constantly reinforce the image you are creating with actions. Remember, the two keys to establishing a strong brand are developing a specific identity and then communicating that identity consistently. Do that, and your brand has begun. Chapter 11. Products and Inventory. Products are made in the factory, but brands are created in the mind. This is a quote by Walter Landor. Needless to say, the type, quality, and style of the products you stock go in hand with the brand you create. The question now is where to find those products and how to best keep them on hand. While stocking the store may initially seem like a needle in a haystack chore, it need not be. With a bit of investigation, you can find the right suppliers. It's all in the buying. John owns a very successful antique shop in California. In fact, it is so successful that he only works about 6 hours a day, 4 days a week. And he still makes a 6-figure income. His store is usually busy, and it is not hard to see why. It's full of fascinating old knickknacks, doodads, odds and ends, and the other stuff that he buys from a variety of sources: dealers, antique shops, garage sales, classified ads, and estate sales are the most common. When asked what the secret of his success is, John answers quickly, it's all in the buying. John loves shopping for things to put in his shop, but won't buy anything, no matter how cool it is, unless he can get it for the right price. He knows that if he pays too much, no matter how interesting the item, it will take up valuable space in his store, space that could be used for products that sell. He also knows that if he can't get the right item for the right price, selling it won't be a problem. John is convinced that the reason for his success is not how well he sells, but how smart he buys. It's all in the buying could be the motto for this chapter. It's as sound as a small business principle as you hear. So your candid is this. As you start to make the decisions that will build your brand, don't forget the name of the game is making a profit. Buy low and sell high. The key now is to find the right suppliers who will help you buy low. Finding the right suppliers. There are many existing channels for buying merchandise. You just need to tap into them. Here are the best bets. Referrals. The problem with speaking with people in your community who have a business similar to the one you have or want to start is that they may very well view you as a competitor and therefore be reluctant to help you. It's probably wiser then to find someone in a neighboring area and speak with them. They can tell you who their suppliers are and the names of the suppliers' representatives. Call the reps and have them come to your home or store to show you their line. Internet discussion groups can also be a good place to get referrals. Trade shows. Trade shows are maybe the best place to find products and suppliers for your business. Trade shows are presented by people in the business for people in the business. By attending, you will make invaluable contacts, see the latest trends, meet potential suppliers, learn the lingo, and essentially get a crash course in your industry. By wandering the aisles, finding the products you like, and then talking with the rep in each booth, you will begin to establish yourself. To find a trade show in your industry, log on to http://www.tsnn.com. Manufacturers, wholesalers, and distributors have traveling agents and representatives who sell their products. Some of these sales reps represent a single company, while others rep several companies who sell similar products. A sales rep for the gift industry, for example, may rep the lines of many different manufacturers who create products that might interest a gift shop: stationery cards, candles, picture frames, soaps, magnets, and so on. Sales reps travel with their wares and visit the shops of potential and current clients. They will suggest new products, show samples and catalogs, take orders, and even help install specialty equipment or displays. By some estimates, there are more independent sales reps than any other type of home-based businesses. Trade magazines. Pick up a copy of the trade magazine for your business and look at the ads. Call the companies whose products you like and again, get them to send out a rep to meet you. Trade associations. One of the nice things about contacting your trade association is that they may have a list of overseas contacts who sell what you are looking for, and those products will likely cost less. Go online. Here is a great way to get a list of possible manufacturers of products for your store. Go to the online version of the Thomas Register and type in the products you are looking for at www.thomasregister.com. Go to the source. If you know what product you want and who makes it, then go online and get the company's contact information. Call them up and ask for the sales department. Explain who you are, what you are doing, and that you would like to meet with the rep in your area. Meet the reps. If you already have an established business, then meeting with the rep should be simple. They know that you know the program, but if yours is a new business, the challenge is to get the reps to take you seriously, to see you as a viable contact. Most reps are overworked and don't have much time to waste, so be sure to present yourself professionally. If you are new to businesses, maybe the company or the rep will want to see letters of credit, references, or something similar. They will want to be sure that you will be able to pay for what you order, in full and on time. Of course, the vendor wants your business, but business is business. Therefore, finding vendors is a matter of relationships as much as anything else, and you need to establish relationships with your potential vendors and their representatives. Sometimes, without any trade references, getting your foot in the door and proving your mettle is difficult. This is especially true if you're trying to establish trade credit and to get the vendor to sell to you net 30. If you find the big manufacturers difficult, you can start with a small company or a local company. If you start small, establish yourself and build up some trade credit and trade references. Then you can expand and attract the bigger manufacturers. Net 30. Paying for items 30 days after the invoice comes in. When meeting with the company representatives or independent sales agents, make sure to get samples of what they are offering. Sometimes these will be free and sometimes not. Pay if necessary. Take the samples and make sure they are the quality and style you want. The important thing is that you find products that you can afford, customers will want, and build your brand. Remember, it's all in the buying. If you don't have enough money to buy all the product you want or need, be sure to check out Part 8, Business on a Shoestring, which offers several ways of stocking the shelves with little or no money. Inventory control. Order enough stock and enough variety to respond to the needs of the many different types of customers who will be coming into your store. Remember that cars come in all shapes, sizes, and price ranges for a reason. It takes all kinds of people to make the world go round. If you stock your store only with items you like, then you're losing the chance to sell to people unlike you, and rest assured, there are plenty of those out there. You may not like stuffed kitty cats, but someone does. How much product do you need? First, the shelves must look full. Second, while it might sound trite, you need enough product to meet the normal demands of your business. A store with a track record can look to previous years, but a new startup must use the figures used in the business plan. I told you it was important. Once you know how much you need, you should order that amount, and a bit more, maybe even 10% more. That is enough of a cushion if a vendor delivers late or if there's some force majeure, an act of God that causes your shipments to arrive late. This leads us to reorders. After a while, you will get a rhythm for your business, and you will know how long it takes to supply X to deliver to product Y, and you will order accordingly. But especially in the beginning, you need to be all over this. If you have 50 stuffed kittens and sell 5 a week, that's a 10-week supply, and if it takes 2 weeks to get them delivered, you need to reorder them when you have 3 weeks worth of product left so that you never run out. Running out of inventory is an amateurish mistake and one that can easily be avoided with just a little bit of planning. New York Pizza is a restaurant whose affable owner, Ed, hails from Brooklyn. He says they make the best pizza west of the Mississippi, and he may be right. But sales did not match his skill, so Ed hired a public relations firm to get the word out. Before long, the local paper interviewed Ed and planned a big story for the next Friday. The story came out, a glowing review of the restaurant. That night, the place was inundated with new customers. By 9:30, though, New York Pizza had run out of dough, and by 10, cheese. Excited new customers were turned away at the door, and Ed missed a golden opportunity, all because he hadn't bought enough inventory. The flip side of a lack of inventory is having too much inventory. This can be an especially nasty problem if you sell perishable goods or seasonal items. Excess inventory slows your cash flow and costs you money by taking up space for items that would otherwise be selling. What do you do when you have too much product on hand? The time-honored thing is to have a sale. Sale is one of the two most powerful words in business, free being the other. The good thing about sales is that they bring people in the door for the sales items who just may stick around and buy other items that are not on sale. The bad news is that you are losing money on sale items that you need to move because you didn't practice smart inventory management. Cash flow and inventory control. One of the most important concepts in business is the 80-20 rule. 80% of your sales will come from 20% of your customers. Know who those customers are, treat them right, and your continued success is almost assured. The 80-20 rule applies to inventory as well. 80% of your sales will come from 20% of your products. They probably aren't your most expensive items. Rather, they probably are the least expensive items that have been turned over and over again and again that will account for 80% of your sales. Those vital 20% products are the lifeblood of your business, accounting for much of your cash flow. Obviously, if you don't always have enough of whatever those 20% products are, you will be severely hampering your cash flow. Certainly, you may not be able to afford everything you want for the store when you want it, but if you know which products account for 80% of your sales, you will be able to prioritize accordingly. Tracking inventory. Depending on how much inventory you stock, you may need an inventory control system. Such a system can tell you what you need to order, what sells best, and whether an employee may be stealing from you. Although your system might be manual, these days it is far more common and smarter to have a computerized system. Accounting programs like QuickBooks have inventory tracking control systems as part of their standard functions. With a manual inventory control system, each item in the store is tagged. The tag is removed when it sells, the use tags are itemized, so you know what sells, and then checked against physical inventory to see if anything is missing. A sophisticated inventory control system will allow you to know exactly what sells, how it compares to what else sells, lets you know when to reorder, and helps you figure out which products are the most profitable. Another option is to invest in a point-of-sale system, a POS. POS software creates up-to-the-minute inventory records from the point of purchase. You may want to check with your trade association to see whether there are industry-specific accounting and inventory systems that you could purchase. Most industries have these now. While more expensive because they are industry-specific, they make a lot of sense for your individual business in that they regard that they can sometimes be better than the off-the-shelf options. Whatever system you choose, software today is very powerful and can give you much more of a mere recitation of what sold and what did not. Now, you can get the sophisticated reports that help you analyze sales data, chart sales by month, compare sales by price, or any other variable for that matter. Keep track of accounts receivable, calculate sales taxes, and generally run your business very effectively. If you buy the right product at the right price and keep track of what you need when your small business should remain profitable, always remember it's always in the buying. Chapter 12. Successful Pricing Strategies. If you really put a small value upon yourself, rest assured that the world will not raise your price. That's a quote by Anonymous. How much should you charge for your products or services? This is a question that vexes many an entrepreneur. Of course you want to charge enough to make a healthy profit, but not so much that you drive customers away. Moreover, the price you charge is an important aspect of your brand. Thus, you may need to tinker a bit before you find that perfect price. The psychology of price. You expect to pay more for a BMW than a Volkswagen because of the brands they have created, among other reasons. BMW aims to sell fewer products at a higher price to a wealthier and maybe more discriminating audience. VW goes for a high volume and less profit per sale. Both are valid strategies and both work. So the price of your product carries with it a great psychological impact. When you pay more, you expect more. You expect more from a car that costs $50,000 than you would do from a car that costs $20,000. That there is a direct correlation between price and quality in the minds of customers is no secret. Your task is to use that mindset to your advantage. For example, products with an even-numbered price are generally considered of higher quality than those with an odd-numbered price. A stereo selling for $200 is thought of as better and of higher quality than one that sells for $179.99. If you are seeking to sell high-end items, then consider pricing them with an even number. If you are looking to be the low-cost leader in your area, then use 99 cents to your advantage. So the first thing to consider when pricing is the type of consumer you are trying to reach, which relates to the brand you want to create. Peculiar numbers work too. One study found that merchandise sold better in at lots of 3 for $5.31, it's $1.77 a piece, than for $1.69 each. A price of $3.33 might also catch someone's eye. Determining your optimum price. Your optimum price is one that affords you the most sales at the greatest profit and that fits the brand you are creating. Determining the optimum price is a 5-step process. The first, figure out your minimum price. If you are selling widgets, you need to know what it costs you to sell one widget. This includes your actual cost to buy or manufacture that widget, plus a proportional cost of your overhead. Rent, labor, shipping, insurance, and so on. Once you know what it actually costs you to buy and sell a widget, then you will know the minimum price you must ask for that item. Anything less, and you'll go out of business. Anything more, it's profit. 2. What is the focus of your brand? Is yours the gourmet boutique market or the produce warehouse? The gourmet store can charge more, but the produce warehouse will sell more. You can sell a lot for less at a lower profit, less for a lot at a higher profit, or something in the middle. 3. Analyze your competitors. Comparative price is not the only factor consumers look at when making purchasing decisions, but it is a factor. You absolutely have to know what your competitors are charging and take that into account. Maybe you want to undercut them, which works. Maybe you want to match them while offering some different incentive. That works too. Either way, remember, capitalism is cutthroat. You have to be cognizant of what your competitors are doing and offer something better. Price, service, location, something, if you are going to succeed. When analyzing competitors' prices, be sure to note whether your products are superior, inferior, or similar. Which of your competitors seems to be doing the best? Ask yourself whether the price is the reason. If not, what is? Can you beat them on the price? If so, that's good. 4. Set a price. Knowing the minimum you must charge, knowing what your competitors do charge, and knowing the image you want to portray, allow you to set your prices accordingly. 5. Test, test, test. Your first price is not your last price. Especially at the beginning, you will need to tinker a bit. If you have a product that you are willing to sell through other stores, for example, test one price in one store and another price in another store. Try and add in one paper at one price and then add in a similar paper at a different price. Compare the results. Even small business owners who have been in business for a long time should occasionally test new prices for old products. You never know. There may be a hidden gold mine in your store, simply awaiting your discovery. Product pricing is part art, part skill, and all perception. A person will pay a price for your product if he perceives that it is worth that price. If not, you will never make a sale. Why do Ralph Lauren polo shirts cost almost $100 when a similar shirt without the polo pony costs $25? Perceived value. Why can't you sell a rotten tomato, even for a dime? Perceived value. You need to find that magic equilibrium point where customers perceive value and you perceive dollars. Too many small businesses are afraid to raise prices for fear of losing customers. That is probably a mistake. Inflation is real. What it costs you to produce and distribute a product 5 years ago is less than it is today, if for no other reason than inflation has made your dollar worth less. Raise your prices and see what happens. The worst thing is that you lose some sales and have to drop your prices again. The best thing is that extra revenue begins to come in the door. Gas war. Some people reading this book will remember a time when gas stations at the same intersection would have a gas war. One station would drop its price per gallon to, say, 29.9 cents, and the station across the street would drop it to 28.9 cents. This would go on for a while, and people would flock to the stations to get cheap gas. The problem with the gas war mentality is that all of your hard work, coming up with a great idea, drafting that darn business plan, finding just the right spot, building a brand, all of it is reduced to selling your stuff for less. Unless you can really compete on price and want to, don't make the mistake of thinking you can simply charge what your competitors charge or less and all will be fine. McDonald's is the cheapest because they can afford to be, and that's their business plan. Diddle Walmart. Is that your business plan? Customers look at a variety of factors when deciding where to buy. Sure, price is a big factor, but it's not the only one, and often not the dispositive one. Think about it when you buy something. How often do you buy solely because you found it for less? Probably not all that often. Starbucks is certainly not the cheapest place to get a cup of coffee, but it is the most popular. Its customers have reason beyond price for frequenting that establishment. What do your customers want? Give them that, and then worry about the price. Let's say that you are a lawyer with a wills and trusts practice. Yes, you can charge what the trust mill across the town charges, but you probably don't want to, and you certainly don't have to. All sorts of consumers are shopping for a wills and trust lawyer. The ones who go to the will mill probably have fewer assets and fewer issues. But if you open a shop in a nicer part of town and charge more, if the brand you are trying to create is excellence and quality legal work, then you can charge more. Perception creates price. If consumers perceive you as a great lawyer who does good work, you can charge commensurate fees. You will attract better clients with interesting issues who have more resources to pay higher fees. Prices is not what they are worried about. Finding someone who can save potential estate taxes is. Entering into a gas war, then, in this scenario means that you will get stuck with a lesser practice. If you offer rush orders or emergency services, be sure to charge extra. There are several other reasons why competing on price is probably a bad idea. You're not going to make enough money. This is especially true for a service business. It takes time and costs money to maintain your office, travel to see clients, buy insurance, and so forth. You simply have to be able to charge enough to cover your monthly nut and earn a profit to boot. Remember, too, that it is unlikely that you will bill 40 hours a week. You simply can't if you're going to run the business, too. You have to charge enough to make a good living. You will attract customers who care only about price. If that is the sort of customer or client you want, fine. But if it isn't, then avoid the gas war. You will not get good customers. The flip side of the previous fact is that by being the cheapest, you will drive away quality customers who care about more than just price. Of course you want to be competitive, but offering a fair, reasonable price is different from offering the lowest price. Much different. But what if the price you think is fair differs from what a customer or client thinks is fair? Should you negotiate your fees or prices? It depends. If you have a sofa in your furniture gallery that has been there for a year, you would be silly not to negotiate down the price and move for the merchandise. On the other hand, you don't want to get into the habit of negotiating every time you quote a fee or name a price. The best advice, then, is to be judicious. Avoid negotiating if possible, but do so if you must. It's probably better to get less and secure the sale than to be rigid and get nothing. How to get customers to pay more for your services. Offer a flat fee. Customers like knowing exactly what they will pay. and will often pay more for that peace of mind. Offer a free consultation. A half-hour free builds rapport, and rapport means work. If you get the gig, you can always build the free half-hour back into your fee or not. Start small. Offer to do a smaller project, first to build confidence. Once they like you and your work, they can charge more. Guarantee your work. Guarantees build confidence, and confidence means higher fees. The loss leader. The loss leader is a tried and true pricing strategy that can keep old customers, attract new ones, and increase sales. Sound good? You bet, but it comes with a price. If done incorrectly, you can lose a lot of money. The loss leader is a pricing strategy that attracts customers to your business by offering them sharp discounts on a specific items or services, goods or services that you sell at or close to at a loss. Often the sale price will not even cover the costs of your advertising, overhead, and cost of goods and the product itself. The idea is that by taking a loss on the sale, hence loss leader, you are leading people into your store with the intent of having them buy not only the bargain, but other things that are not discounted. When you see an ad for a great sale somewhere, that store is using the loss leader strategy. They are hoping to lead you into their establishment with a discounted ad price, then sell you something more expensive. Customers may buy the discounted item, or they may not. The important thing is they are visiting the business. Once they get there, the rest is up to you. It's when they buy other things from you that you make up for the loss you are taking on the sale item. For example, say that you own a bookstore. By advertising a bestseller cheap, you might attract your clientele back into your store. Once they come in and locate that book, they might find alongside it a compatible book, or some CDs, or some other item that would compensate for loss on the bestseller. The loss leads to a big sell. Other than bringing customers in the door, a loss leader is also used for the following. Moving unwanted merchandise. If you have stock that's not moving or that you otherwise want to get rid of it, a loss leader can move it. People love a bargain. Attracting new customers. New customers can learn about your business when they hear about the sale. For example, the bookstore could buy a lot of teen novels, discount them, and thereby attract the always desirable younger shopper with disposable income. Building your brand. Earlier I said that if you do not want yours to be known as a discount shop, you do not compete on price. However, now the opposite is true. If you would like to be known as the low-cost leader, then a loss leader strategy will help associate your business with that phrase. It is important, though, that you do not sell junk at a discount. That is probably not the sort of brand you want to create. Create repeat customers. Once people find your store and see how well they are treated, what good prices you have, and the friendly staff that waits on them, they will likely come back again and again. The loss leader is a time-honored business strategy that works, but to make sure it works for you, 2 precautions are necessary. First, make sure that the lost profit can be countered by the sales of other goods or services. If you price something too low and people don't buy anything else, the loss leads nowhere. It's no longer a loss leader, it's just a loss. Second, be sure that you actually have the discounted item for sale and at the price you advertised it. Not having it unless you sell out, or not having it at the price you mentioned in the ad, is fraud and it's illegal. As long as you do not price the item too low and thereby take too large a hit in the process, the loss leader can be a very smart pricing policy. Use it to build your customer base and your reputation. Chapter 13. Small Business Technology. Any sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic. That's a quote from Arthur C. Clarke. The computer internet information technology revolution, that has occurred over the past 20 years has radically transformed business generally and small business in particular. Indeed, if there has been one event in the past generation that has changed small business, the computer revolution is it. Today, small businesses have tools and technology to look and act big, while maintaining the nimbleness and entrepreneurial spirit that makes them unique. However, technology is changing so rapidly that it would be impossible to discuss what is being offered today without its being out of date tomorrow. Rather, this chapter examines the trends in small business technology so that you can see that the options small businesses have today are not your father's Oldsmobile. The interconnected office. One of the best new features of the small business office is that you can now run your business from anywhere, from home on the weekends or while on a business trip in Cincinnati. Computer technology has made it so that you can access vital info on your computers wherever you are and share it with members of your team wherever they are. This is done in one of two ways. First, for the smaller small business, the latest version of Microsoft Windows allows for the creation of a remote connection to other computers. By properly configuring your home computer, for instance, you can remotely access your computer desktop at the office. Secondly, we all know that a server has something to do with the net, but what exactly? When two or more computers log into the same internet site, that site sits on a server, sort of a master hub that connects other computers. For a business, you might want to think of it as the central nervous system, the place through which all business information can flow and, more importantly, can be shared within the business. Most offices these days have information stored on various computers. Key contacts might be on your computer, while important email addresses might be on your secretaries, and your client list sits on the computer of your VP of sales. No, it's not the most efficient system, but it is how many small businesses work. Imagine now that instead you had a master computer to house and store all of your vital company information, a computer that can be accessed equally by everyone in your office, from wherever they may be in the world. This is your server. A small business server is a centralized place to store business information, keep you better organized, and to keep your staff better informed. The wireless office. Beyond networking your computers, another great advancement in the field of small business technology is wireless fidelity, or Wi-Fi. Checking email, surfing the net, or connecting to your desktop from your laptop while sitting at Starbucks or at an airport makes running your small business easier and more fun. Even more important is that wireless networks allow your employees to be connected while on the go, without having to wait until they get back into the office or get to the hotel to plug in. Allows them to get more work done in real time, because wireless networks use radio signals as opposed to wires and cables to connect to a local area network, or LAN. You have the ability to get connected from a wide variety of places. Wireless networks are growing quickly, and as sales increase, price drops. So, going wireless has never been easier or more affordable. If you'd like to create a wireless LAN for your small business, keep these tips in mind. Understand the need. Today's small business is much different from those in days of yore. The new small business should be fairly high-tech, computer-driven workplace. Moreover, the days when employees come in at 9 and leave at 5 are also gone. Between job sharing, flex time, and changing schedules and increased mobility, many employees work at times and places other than the old norm. According to Microsoft.com/small businesses, small business employees are at their desks only 30% of the time. As such, wireless networks can make your employees more productive. Between meetings, they can catch up on email or work on that presentation, for instance. Furthermore, by using laptops, personal digital assistants, PDAs, or even their phones, employees are able to access the network. If, however, yours is a business that is more traditional, then our wireless network is probably not necessary. Find a vendor that specializes in small business. Yes, you may get a better deal from a smaller company, but in cutting-edge technology, especially, it is smart to buy from established veterans who have the infrastructure in place to help you make your wireless network succeed. Hire an expert. The larger your network, that is, the more users, the more complicated it is to create and maintain a wireless network. It is smart to hire an information technology, IT expert, to set up your network properly from the get-go. Dr. Arthur Levine is a pediatrician who owns Advanced Pediatrics in Beechwood, Ohio. With 2 doctors, some nurses, and support staff, Advanced Pediatrics is the prototypical small business. When he opened the doors to his clinic, Dr. Levine installed a Microsoft Small Business Server and is quite happy with the results. Because his computer desk sits on a server and not his desktop computer, he can access his virtual desktop from anywhere. Thus, for example, if he gets a call one night from a parent of a sick child, he can log on to his home computer, access his office computer — the interface looks exactly the same as if he were on his office computer, by the way — and read the child's chart, knowing instantly the child's medical history, medications, and so on. Dr. Levine also installed an intranet. This is an internal web page that only staff can access. It can, for instance, announce the next staff meeting, list the vacation schedule, publicize important events, and so on. Dr. Levine told me that he loves this network because it ties the team together. He estimated that the business has saved the practice between $40,000 and $60,000 this year because the technology allowed him to hire less staff. Mobility tools. Wireless is just the latest of the many and ever-increasing tools in the arsenal of mobile business warrior. Laptops. As laptop computers become lighter and less expensive, and as email and internet use are also increasing, the tool of choice for many mobile small business people is the laptop. What is making laptop use even more attractive these days is that not only has battery life increased, but wireless cards enable users to log on almost everywhere. A recent variation on the standard laptop is the tablet PC. These devices use handwriting recognition software to allow users to enter information on longhand. Tablet PCs have proven especially handy for use in meetings. A word of warning: more than 500,000 laptops are stolen every year. It is therefore important to protect yours. First, always keep it near you, especially at airports where thieves look for laptop cases briefly unattended. Especially in airport restrooms. Be sure to keep your laptop case close by. More than a few business people have had their laptops stolen, snatched by the strap while they were, indisposed. Consider also insuring your laptop. A policy can be bought for less than $100. Moreover, as damage to your laptop is more likely than theft, that such policies cover most damage makes buying even smarter. Finally, you can purchase software that tracks your laptop to its new internet connection if it is ever stolen. Absolute Software's software tracks stolen computers. www.absolute.com. PDAs/cell phones. It used to be that PDAs, personal digital assistants like Palm Pilot, and cell phones would be treated as separate entities. Cell phones made phone calls and PDAs kept you organized, but no longer. One of the best changes in mobile technology is the advent of all-in-one device that allows you to handle all of those chores and more in one nifty device. Products like RIM's BlackBerry, HP's iPac, Handspring's Trio, and a host of so-called smartphones and pocket PCs will let you make calls, send and receive emails, take pictures, work, and of course play games. Global Positioning Systems, GPS. Many of the aforementioned devices, as well as standalone products, offer Global Positioning Systems, or GPS. This allows you to always know where you are and practically never get lost. That's especially good if you are on the road a lot. Your exact location is plotted via 24 satellite navigational system that orbits and continuously sends signals back to Earth. Video conferencing. Another tool you may want to check out is video conferencing, especially after September 11th. Video conferencing has taken off. While traditional video conferencing was done with video cameras and telephones, this technology is being challenged and changed, as is everything else, by the web. Internet video conferencing allows you to meet with people remotely on a prearranged web page or via webcam, share PowerPoint presentations, and conduct a virtual meeting. It is much less expensive than the traditional model and can also be done via laptop while you are on the road. Intranet. Another trend in business is the use of an intranet to facilitate communication among you and your staff. An intranet is a web-based network available only to you, your employees, and possibly selected partners and customers. Having an intranet makes a lot of sense for many small businesses. First, if you have people who are not always working at the place of business, for example, if you have a virtual company or partners on the road or telecommunicators or traveling salespeople and so on, communication is always an issue. An intranet allows you to instantly communicate the same message to everyone. On it, that is on your internal company website, you can post important updates, sales reports, memos, policies, meeting times, vacation schedules, PDF files of important forms, and other important information that everyone needs to know. An intranet can also build camaraderie. By offering chat boards and instant messaging, your intranet can become the 21st century water cooler, the place where employees can get to know one another, exchange ideas, and chat about work. More importantly, on the intranet, people can work on and share the same documents and files. Accordingly, the most up-to-date version of that file will always be available and in a place where everyone knows where it can be located. You can hire an expert to create an intranet for you, or you can buy an off-the-shelf solution. Some of the more popular ones are Instant Intranet Builder, IntraSmart, Intranet Suite, and InfoStreet. The cost should be a few $100s a year. Computer security. To avoid losing time, documents, customer lists, or worse, here are some simple steps you can take to ensure the safety of your computer or network. We hear a lot about computer worms and viruses. What are they exactly? A virus is a program that destroys data. A worm is a program that sends copies of itself to people in your email address book. Get a firewall. A firewall is a program that does two things. First, it hides your computer from the internet at large, so that hackers and viruses can't see you. Second, if a virus does infect your computer, the firewall warns you and lets you stop it from transmitting to other computers via the net. As the name implies, it is a wall between your computer and the outside world. ZoneAlarm.com has a great free firewall you can download. Get an antivirus program. Although a firewall is intended to protect you from unwanted infiltration, it does occur. Antivirus software is your next line of defense. A good antivirus program is a must, as it both warns you of potential problems and then rids you of actual ones. Symantec and McAfee make very good antivirus programs. New viruses come out all the time. Therefore, it is vital that you get an antivirus program that can be updated via the web and that you update it every month or so. Protect yourself from spyware. Spyware are programs that infect and slow down your system with unwanted and unnecessary spy programs. You must run anti-spyware software on a fairly regular basis to keep your machines running fast. Check out LAVASOF tusa.com/software, software/adaware, adaware/ and spybot.com for downloadable free anti-spyware programs. Back up your system. Losing data to a virus is a very bad experience. Try losing 4 chapters of a book. It is quite important then to back up your data fairly regularly. Saving critical documents onto a CD or a DVD is easy. Chapter 14. Small Business Software. Buying the right computer and getting it to work properly is no more complicated than building a nuclear reactor from wristwatch parts in a darkened room using only your teeth. That's a quote from Dave Barry. The point of software is to make your business more effective. Although it is supposed to save you time and make things run more smoothly, we all know that that is not always the case. With the tons of software available, both pre-installed and commercially available, it is sometimes hard to separate the wheat from the chaff. So in this chapter, we look at what software your small business really needs and give you an idea about your options. A caveat. There is so much software on the market today that it would be impossible to analyze every product available. A good web search will allow you to compare scores of products and prices. Instead, I want to give you an idea about which products are the market leaders and how these leaders compare. That is not to say they are the only products available, because they are not. However, I have found that when a few products dominate a field, it is for a good reason. They are usually the best. You can compare prices for business software at www.mysimon.com. Office suites. Almost all computers now come pre-installed with some sort of basic office suite that allows you to draft simple documents and so on. While these are nice products, if you are serious about running a successful small business, you will likely need to upgrade to something more robust. A good office suite should be an integrated program that allows you to create documents and spreadsheets, produce marketing materials, manage email and contacts, and much more. As your office suite will become your basic, essential daily tool for organizing and running your business, you should not always shy away from buying a good one. This is not a place to skimp. Microsoft Office Small Business Edition. Microsoft has been putting out a small business edition of its ubiquitous Office suite for several years, and it is worth checking out. It really is designed with a small business owner in mind. As with regular editions of Office, Office Small Business is a bundle of essential programs: Word processing, Excel, spreadsheets, Outlook, contacts, calendar and email, and publisher graphics. It also now comes with PowerPoint presentations and a new product called the Business Contact Manager, which allows you to track leads and help turn them into sales. It is the leader. Coral WordPerfect Office. Microsoft Office or Coral WordPerfect Office are your two main choices when it comes to Office suites. The Coral program comes with WordPerfect word processing, Quatra Pro spreadsheets, Coral presentations, and Coral Central appointments and email. Like Microsoft Office, this is an excellent product for handling your daily office tasks. The question really is whether you want to work in a Microsoft environment or in a Coral environment. Microsoft Works. This is a program designed for home and student use, as most businesses will need Excel and PowerPoint, and Works does not come with those. However, for a small home-based business, Works may do the trick, and it is hard to beat the price. It's only about $100. Here you get simple spreadsheets, a calendar, address book, word processing program, and some extra goodies: mapping software, finance program, and so on. Contact management software. Contact management software is intended to keep track of clients, leads, and prospects and help turn those leads into customers. A good contact management program should be able to import contacts from other programs and integrate with email programs. ACT. Like other similar programs, ACT, which has been around for quite some time, allows you to manage contact information in one place, including names, business names, phone numbers, addresses, and so on. Manage leads, customers, and vendors. Track each relationship, and create sales forecasting models. ACT can be shared, thereby keeping everyone's notes about customers and vendors in a central location. However, some people have a hard time integrating ACT with Outlook. Goldmine. Another granddaddy in this field, Goldmine is a popular choice. Its interface is similar to Microsoft Outlook with taskbar and menu options, including the ability to create custom taskbars. This program easily integrates with Outlook, Microsoft Exchange, Lotus Notes, and Lotus CC Mail. Goldmine's contact management tools are powerful. For instance, when you create and send a letter, fax, or email, the program automatically records your interactions with the contact. You can also forecast sales, complete transactions, assign quotas for employees, and easily create reports and charts analyzing sales data. Microsoft Business Contact Manager, BCM. BCM allows you to manage your customer and sales opportunities very efficiently. What are the prospects of making that sale 80%? Plug that into BCM, sort out your highest potential sales, set a callback date, and presto! Your prospects with the highest probability of being sold are now part of your calendar. BCM also allows you to create any one of 20 custom reports that can be exported to Excel or Word. Note, however, that when integrated with Outlook, both BCM and Outlook take quite a while to load. Accounting software. A good accounting software program is probably a must for small businesses with employees. If your small business is just you can probably get by with a basic money management program like Quicken. But if your business is bigger, is going to get bigger, then a program like the ones listed next is required. All of these programs offer similar tools: budgeting, accounts, receivable management, payroll, inventory control, and so on. The key, then, is to find a program that offers the extra bells and whistles you want and functionality you like. QuickBooks. QuickBooks is the standard in the field. It has an easy-to-use, intuitive interface and powerful tools which should please both the new and seasoned entrepreneur alike. Sure, it handles all of your basic accounting needs, but it also has more sophisticated functions like loan management, cash flow forecasting, tracking of fixed assets, and vehicle mileage tracking. Peachtree Complete Accounting. Peachtree is another solid choice. It is especially good at handling e-commerce and has a host of usable financial features. Some of the best options are the inventory control function, which lets you track product based on the size or color, and the daily register report, which is a snapshot of your daily activity. MyOb Plus. This is a similar, less expensive program which does not offer advanced options like cash flow projections. The newer versions of this product allow you to process credit card payments and direct deposit paychecks into employee accounts. Simply Accounting. This program is easy to use and inexpensive, good for small businesses that has basic accounting needs and a tight budget. Business planning software. Business plans are not just for startups in need of capital. They are essential tools for anyone running a small business who wants to think strategically, plot a course of action, and follow up to see how well the plan is being followed. A good business planning program will walk you through the steps necessary to create a usable, powerful business plan. Business Plan Pro. The best-selling business planning software for a reason. Business Plan Pro is useful to the novice and experienced businessman alike. It easily helps you work through each category in the plan. For example, executive summary, sales forecasts, etc., and contains more than 400 sample plans. The business plan in the appendix of this book comes from Business Plan Pro. With excellent templates, charts, and graphs, the program is also easy to use. An excellent choice. Palo Alto Software, the makers of Business Plan Pro, also has a great product that can help you create a marketing plan called Marketing Plan Pro. Business Plan Writer. This program interviews you and then helps shape your answers cogently. It offers examples for each stage along the way, has hundreds of sample plans, and helps you through the process. Antivirus and anti-spam software. The twin technological plagues of the modern era, computer viruses and email spam, must be controlled if you are to be at all productive at work. As a virus can ruin your computer and spam can slow your work to a crawl, containing these problems is vital. As discussed in the previous chapter, Symantec and McAfee make excellent antivirus programs, and while spam control is being built into many office suites nowadays, you still may need extra help. McAfee Spam Killer. Unwanted emails can be greatly reduced with this program. Using filters, lists, and reports, Spam Killer blocks plenty of spam, monitors your email, and quarantines what does get through. Mail Washer. Another excellent program, and even better, free. Go to MailWasher.net. The makers of this product, Panicware Software, also offer a very good pop-up blocker, also for free. Norton Anti-Spam. The makers of Norton Antivirus has a similarly effective tool for the spam menace. Very effective. Also, install an anti-spyware program. Check out www.lavasoftusa.com/software/adaware or www.spybot.com. E-commerce solutions. Almost any small business needs a web presence today for obvious reasons. Whereas creating a website used to be a fairly complicated matter requiring a webmaster, and although more sophisticated sites will still require expert help, simple off-the-shelf solutions are available for those small businesses that just need a basic website. These programs will help you design and publish a fine site, shopping cart included. Macromedia Dreamweaver, a very popular program among professionals. Dreamweaver has a powerful array of layout tools, applications, and other services to create and implement websites. Easy to use, says one expert. Microsoft FrontPage. FrontPage is another easy-to-use product that allows you to intuitively create websites, especially if you are used to the Microsoft Office environment, as FrontPage uses the same sort of interface as, say, Word. FrontPage works well for both beginners and those more experienced with web design. Note that your web host will need FrontPage extensions installed on their server for your site to work. NetObjects Fusion. This easy-to-use design program helps you build a site with WYSIWYG. Whatever you see is whatever you get. Technology while offering shopping carts, credit card processing, and other e-commerce solutions. Yahoo. Yahoo Small Business offers very easy, affordable merchant solutions. Starting at about $50 a month, you can get online and start selling. Go to http://smallbusiness.yahoo.com. The preceding categories should give you a basic understanding of the types of software most small businesses use and your options within each category. Maybe you will need additional software, such as point-of-purchase programs, but as a general rule, these programs will give you a solid foundation. Part 3. Money. Chapter 15. Accounting Ease. There's no business like show business, but there are several businesses like accounting. That was a quote by David Letterman. Business accounting is a way to keep score. If one purpose of business is to make a profit, then proper business accounting helps you know how well you are doing. No, it's not glamorous, and yes, it is important. Remember, there are two parts to your business: doing the things you love and doing the things you must. Accounting falls into the latter group, unless, of course, you are an accountant. Accounting Basics. Accounting is the general process of tracking your income and expenses and then using that data to examine the financial status of your business. Your basic accounting tool is the general ledger. It's the place where you keep track of all the business financial transactions. That information is then used to create financial statements, such as balance sheets and income statements. An accounting period is a set amount of time where a business's financial reports can be compared with one another. They can be months, quarters, or years. 1 year in a company's financial life is called a fiscal year. The general ledger is made up of 4 basic categories: assets, liabilities, income, and expenses. All general ledger entries are double entries. Debits are kept on the left and credits on the right. And for every financial transaction in your business, the debits and credits flow from one side of the ledger to another. When you sell something, for instance, you record a sale, credit on one side, but you also have to debit your inventory on the other. For every debit, there should be an equal and offsetting credit. When debits and credits are unequal, your books don't balance. All debits and credits either increase or decrease an account balance. Double entry general ledger accounting dates back to the 15th century. The first written description comes from a 1458 manuscript by Benedetto Cortugelli, and a Franciscan monk, Luca Pacioli, included it in its seminal work, Summa d'Arithmetica, Geometria, Proporzioni, Proporzionati, printed in Venice, Italy, on a Gutenberg press in 1494. Each area that feeds the general ledger is also its own subledger containing details about what is going on. For example, daily sales and payments are recorded in the accounts payable and receivable subledgers and correspondingly increase cash and decrease inventory in the general ledger. In the previous chapter, several different accounting programs that you can buy are listed. It's much easier to understand how a general ledger works if you buy a program like QuickBooks, since it will walk you through the process and do much of the work for you. When you are organizing the accounting department of your small business, although one person often handles everything, it is optimum to hire 2. The problem with a single accounts payable and receivable person is that having one person write checks and then reconcile the checking account is asking for trouble. Your ledger will be the basis of your basic financial reports that either your software or your accountant will create. Financial reports, like profit and loss statements, are important because they are a snapshot of the financial health of your business. For instance, your income ledger will tell you how much money you brought in this month. But you will know your profit only when it is compared to your expense ledger. Your accounts receivables will tell you whether your customers are paying on time and whether you have enough coming in to pay your accounts payable. Therefore, financial reports give you the overall picture of the fiscal condition of your business. Budgeting. Would you ever get into your car with a bag over your head and drive away? Of course not. How would you know if you had enough gas, or were headed in the right direction, or had an emergency red light flashing? Your eyes in the car give you the feedback necessary to help you safely get to where you want to go. In financial terms, running your business without a budget is like driving a car with a bag over your head. How will you know if you have enough money to expand? How can you tell if you're on track to accomplish your sales goals this year? Can you afford another employee? Your budget will tell you. Without a budget, you can't really see if you're headed where you're planned on going. Indeed, all too often, small business people have no clear financial idea of how they will get where they want to go, and it is not hard to see why. Most of us view budgets as a necessary evil at best, and something to be avoided at worst. The traditional view is that a budget is a restrictive plan, forcing you to deprive yourself of what you want. The good news is that a budget can be much different. It helps to rethink the word. Instead of the word budget, substitute plan. A good plan is a guide, not a noose. A reasonable, intelligent plan is a business tool that allows you to allocate your resources to your greatest benefit. Creating a plan lets you control your business's cash flow instead of it controlling you. Creating a budget need not be complicated or time-consuming task. The key is to figure out how much you will have to spend and where you want to spend it. It's a matter of digging through your records to see how much comes in, where it has been going, and then deciding where you would rather have it go. That really is all a budget is. A business plan that allows you to put your money where it can best be used. Your budget will have two categories, projected income and expenses. Again, any good accounting program will walk you through this. In the income category, conservatively estimate how much you can expect to make next year from all sales and other sources of income. Look at what you made last year and extrapolate from that. If you are new to business, what does your business plan say? Be realistic. If you paint too rosy a picture, then you can easily get in over your head and spend money that never materializes. If you make much more than your projected income, great. But if you make less, watch out. As far as expenses go, consider every expense you have. Advertising, auto, insurance, lease payments, taxes, phones, utilities, inventory, equipment, payroll. Any and all expenses that you anticipate will be borne by the business next year. Once you see your projected income and expenses on paper, you will know exactly how much you really need to make every month to keep things afloat and how much you have left over. You will be far less tempted to indulge in business expenses that are not part of the plan. By having a budget, you will ensure that your expenses are not more than your income, and that your money goes where you think it best be used. Cash flow. Cash flow is your business oxygen. Without it, your business will suffocate and die. One more reason then to create a budget is to ensure that you will have enough adequate cash flow. I can't say this any more plainly. Without consistent, sufficient cash flow to buy inventory, pay bills, handle payroll, and pay yourself, you're going to go out of business. Preserving and defending your cash flow, therefore, is critical. Aside from creating a budget, there are three more ways to control your cash flow. 1. Live by the rule. Without your business oxygen, your business will suffocate and die. 2. Create cash flow projections. You need to know what will come in and when. Realistic cash flow projections are key. The question is, what do you expect your cash balance to be in 6 months? Always know that number. Think ahead. 3. Keep the pipeline open. A client or customer you create today may hire you, but it may be a few months before you finish the work and send out a bill, and it may be another month or two before they pay. You have to keep creating clients and doing work today to keep the cash flow spy god open. When it comes to cash flow, always project 3 to 6 months ahead. If you will need money in 6 months, you must create new business within that next 3 months. That way you can do the work or sell the product, bill it, and get it paid within 6 months. A cash flow crunch is usually the result of poor planning. All businesses have business cycles and they must be planned for. Starbucks knows that coffee sales go up in the winter and down in the summer. In the summer, then, they introduce cooler drinks to keep the cash flowing. The same should be true for you. You must know your business cycle, know when times should be good and bad, and plan accordingly. If you do run into a cash crunch, there are 2 things you can do. First, receive your receivables. Allowing clients to pay net 30 is common business practice, but anything more than that is bad business. If you consistently have outstanding invoices, change your terms. Always remember that accounts receivables, AR, are the lifeblood of your business, representing your business's cash flow and liquidity. Getting your receivables current, therefore, can bring in immediate cash. Here is how to get those tardy accounts receivables up to date. Assign an employee the task of contacting all AR over 30 days old and get a specific date as to when the debt will be paid. Have the employee call again that day if the money is not received. Once an AR is more than 60 days old, you have a real problem. If you are a sole proprietor, you must prioritize this task. Institute a new policy on 30 days notice that a surcharge of at least 10% interest will be due on all AR over 30 days old. Inform your customers that all outstanding balances must be made current before any new product will be sent out. If necessary, hire a lawyer or a collection agency to commence collection activities. As a last resort, you can always sell the debt. The money owed to you is a commodity and can be sold like one. Collection agencies buy a bad debt every day for sharply discounted prices. Your other option for dealing with a cash crunch, ironically, is to get a loan. Sometimes you simply need a short-term infusion of cash to keep things going until business picks up again. A prudent loan with a plan to pay it back can be a smart solution to a short-term cash crunch. Hiring an accountant or bookkeeper. Many small business people have a hard time dealing with the financial aspect of their business. They may be great innovators, have plenty of enthusiasm, and be the best salesperson around, but ask them to create a balance sheet and watch their eyes glaze over. Even the most powerful accounting software is useless if you cannot input or understand the data. So sometimes, nay often, hiring an accountant or bookkeeper is smart business. Duties of an accountant. While accountants cannot guarantee your success, they can be an important adjunct to your business. Their basic services include keeping track of how much your business owes, how much it is owed, creating financial statements such as balance sheets, income statements, and cash flow statements, and reconciling bank statements. Beyond that, a CPA might handle taxes. A good accountant can save your business thousands of dollars through proper tax planning. Do your payroll. Payroll is often outsourced. Handle audits. An accountant might prepare an audit for a small business whose potential investors require audited books. Deal with the IRS. The other sort of audit, the unwelcome one, is another place where accountants can come in quite handy. Offer business and financial planning. A CPA can help with succession and estate planning, or help value the business for sale purposes. So where do you find a good one? Referrals are the best source. If you know someone who has a good accountant, get their name. Get referrals from friends, business associates, your banker, your attorney, or from other entrepreneurs whom you know. After you get a few names, set up some appointments, interview a few, and find out their experience. You want someone who deals with small businesses, especially in your field. Whether timely service is delivered. Numbers are constantly coming in from your business, so make sure that you will get reports at least monthly. Who will service the account? Will it be the person you are meeting or some junior accountant you do not know? What services can you expect beyond reporting? Will they handle your taxes, payroll, or what? Will you get business consulting as well? A good accountant or bookkeeper should become a valuable member of your team, helping you in areas where you are weak. How much will it cost? You should know fairly accurately how much time they will put in each month and what you should expect to pay. Fiducio is the leader in small business tax, financial, and accounting consulting. Go to www.fiducial.com. Again, as this person should become a dependable business advisor, you want someone whom you can trust and with whom you can get along well and feel comfortable. Independent accountants or small accounting firms can provide personalized service, while a Big Five firm offers more services and can lend prestige to your company. This, in turn, may help you raise capital, establish credit, and open doors. Cutting costs. Accountants are professionals and their fees are not inexpensive. Even so, there are a few ways to keep your accounting costs down. Keep great records. Keep receipts organized. Have your ledger legible and up to date. Have your records automated if possible. Handle the small stuff. The stuff that you can do. Use a bookkeeper. If all you need is someone to do the books, a bookkeeper is much less expensive. Chapter 16. Making a Profit. It is no secret that organized crime in America takes in over $40 billion a year. This is quite a profitable sum, especially when one considers that the mafia spends very little for office supplies. That was a quote by Woody Allen. The name of the game, of course, is making a profit, and many things go into the equation. Overhead, markup, and what the competition is doing, for starters. In this chapter, we examine how to make a consistent profit and what to do if you are not. Computing your profitability. As a concept, profit is easy to understand. It's the difference between what it costs you to make or buy your product and what you earn when you sell it. But it is when you break this seemingly simple concept down that things get a little complicated. When it comes to profit, there are 4 sub-concepts to understand: gross and net profit, your profit margin, and markup. Gross and net profit. The gross profit on a product sold or service rendered is computed as the money you brought in from the sale less the costs of the goods sold, COGS. Net profit is your gross profit less taxes and interest. Net profit is the same thing as earnings or net income. Your COGS is the cost you actually incur in making the product or service. For a product, it will include raw materials, labor, and other directly associated costs. For a product you sell, it is your wholesale costs. Computing your profit. Keeping a running tab on profitability helps you stay focused and can be an early warning sign of trouble ahead. Let's say you run a child care center. To compute your profit, you must figure out your total costs to take care of each child, such as rent, labor, food, insurance, utilities, advertising, auto, other. Let's assume that your total overhead every month is $5,000. If you have 10 children, then obviously your expenses per child would be $5,000 divided by 10, or $500 per child. That is your break-even point per child per month. Let's further assume that you gross $8,000 a month, meaning that you charge $800 a month per child. $800 times 10 children equals $8,000. Your gross profit, therefore, per child is $300, and your total gross profit is $3,000. Is that good or bad? It depends on your profit margin. Profit margin. While your gross profit is expressed as a dollar amount, $3,000, your gross profit margin is a percentage computed as follows. Gross profit divided by sales equals gross profit margin. In the preceding example, the gross profit would be $3,000 divided by $8,000, or 37%. That is good. Any business that makes 37% profit is doing something right. Again, some good accounting software will help you calculate these numbers quite quickly. Markup. Knowing your markup is critical to understanding your profitability. Like your gross profit margin, your markup is also expressed as a percentage. Sales price minus cost to produce divided by cost to produce. In the case of the child care center, it would look like this. $8,000, which is the sale price, minus $5,000, the cost to produce, is equal to $3,000. $3,000 divided by $5,000 equals 60%. So, the markup for each child is 60%. Again, quite impressive, which begs the question, how much should you be charging for your goods or services? Pricing. Just how important is selecting the right price? It could mean the difference between success and failure. The wrong price can put you out of business. Finding that magic number requires careful thought and planning. In the previous example, we know that you must charge at least $500 per child to break even. The trick is to come up with a price more than what gives you a good profit while still attracting customers. There are basically 2 schools of thought when it comes to pricing your product or service above your break-even point. If you are more interested in growing rapidly and capturing a share of the market, called, of course, your market share, then you need to price your goods as low as possible because the laws of economics dictate that a lower price will attract more customers. Volkswagen sells far more cars than Mercedes, but Mercedes makes more money per car. If you're going for a broad customer base, then you need to figure out, often by trial and error, what price people will consider a bargain and what still allows you to make a profit. However, if dominating the field is not your business model, if you are more interested in increasing profits, then you need to go with a higher price. It has to be near what the competition is charging, yet high enough for you to live on. No, it's not always easy to figure out, and yes, it takes time. Add into this equation the brand you are attempting to create. As discussed, a big part of how people perceive your business is based on what you charge. Two lawyers may do the exact same sort of work, but the one who charges $350 an hour will be perceived as better than the one who charges $150 an hour. Yes, she will get fewer clients, but they probably are better clients. Here is the analysis to go through to determine your fees and prices. Determine your break-even point. Use the formula given to calculate your break-even point and start there. 2. Identify your customers and brand. Are your customers middle class or wealthy? Is your brand upscale or not? Do customers want bargains, or is quality more important? 3. What is the competition doing? Again, people look for bargains. If you can afford to beat the competition, all other things being equal, you will get the business. Don't set your price too low. The best source of cash for growth is a healthy gross profit margin. 5. Test, and test some more. Finding the right price will require trial and error. Tinker. The money aspect of running a small business is often confusing. There are classes at your local community colleges that can teach you more. Other places to look for continuing adult education business classes are chambers of commerce, websites, and private seminar companies. Increasing your profit. There are 3 ways for you to improve your profits. First, you can sell more. Second, you can increase your prices. Third, you can reduce your overhead. That's it. Selling more. Of course, the best way to increase your profit is to sell more. Easier said than done, you say. Maybe, but the entire next section of this book is devoted to giving you many different ways to grow your business. You probably sell more today than you did 5 years ago. The trick is to duplicate what have you done right. Continue to do that. Be sure to add some new profit centers and read Part 4, Growing Your Business. Increase prices. Many small business owners are afraid to raise their prices because they fear that they will drive away customers. That may or may not be true.